shit is good. All I can say about this sandwich is dang. Now let's see how well this stream can perform while I work on this project. It's going to struggle a bit until I disable these virtual cameras. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me again, man. Just ate one of the best sandwiches. Oh man, that was so good. If I disable cesium, let me disable cesium. Why is everything backwards? That'll give me only my meshes. Dude, this performance is crazy. This performance is crazy. Insane. Real quick though, I'm gonna open up my stream on YouTube so that I can hear the audio and see what levels need to be adjusted. Mic check 1 2. Damn. All right then. This is good enough for me. So I tried provisioning on a MacBook to make this an iOS application. Provisioning was very hard. So I decided maybe I need to go a different route. And that's what led me here to using my iPhone to be able to preview my work. The visual fidelity of this is insane. But I'm going to turn these off. Because at the moment I do not need them. So let's go to data, cameras, VCam actor, and let's disable our VCam actors. And let's save that. Let's open my soda real quick. Prebiotic soda. Poppy. We're drinking I don't even know what flavor this one is. Does it even say? I don't know. This junk bussin' no. Ooh. Damn, that's good. Damn. We're using built-in modeling tools in Unreal Engine to accomplish this. I have Blender, 3ds Max, a lot of other software that I will not be using yet, because to model on top of photogrammetry is already tough. It's very tough. Let's set my scalability back to epic. And let's move over to this building. This one's going to be fun. The first thing I need to do though is grab a box and get the appropriate wall width. We're going to use this. We might even use this one as a reference. I don't know. We'll try this one and see how it goes. So let's go into modeling mode and grab a box. Just place it here and polygroup edit. Okay, and then I can select the whole thing and bring it over to this building. Excuse me. Use the middle button to reposition a gizmo. Excuse me, man, I'm just burping like crazy right now. And it looks like it's already aligned. So maybe these buildings are all at the same orientation. And that's good news. We can bring our ground we can bring the base of this up. Actually. And then I'll bring the rooftop height down. And there's a wall. As you can see, apples and my fantastic sandwich. Poppy. And back into modeling mode we go. Questions, if you have them, I would be very happy to answer. Questions. Yesterday, someone asked why I wasn't doing this in Blender. Well, since I want this geometry in the engine, the process of bringing the photogrammetry into Blender, modeling on top of it, and getting the level of detail that I desire, as well as texturing and everything else, then to have to datasmith, export, and transfer everything over into the engine and potentially rescale it, it just was too much for me. I've enjoyed this process quite a bit. This is probably going to confuse me if I keep this over here, but oh well. I swear a mosquito bit me on my forehead yesterday. You ever just wish you could bite a mosquito back? I'm using Snapping Helper 3D because it's very easy to translate these objects in the position that I want them. And then I'll go back into modeling mode, and then I convert my copied wall meshes into a new static mesh, and then I do a polygroup edit to adjust the dimension, the length of those walls. So copy paste 3D snapping helper, grab it at a corner, rotate it by 45-degree increments, go back into modeling mode, which I need a little thing on my desk that has like 10 keys on it, like a line of keys, where I can put my Unreal Engine shortcuts on it, so I can just switch into whatever mode I need, and that would help speed up productivity, I think, anyways. Yeah, mosquito definitely bit me yesterday, because this joint is itching. So copy paste, I can even go ahead and do a conversion, and then for the most part, that's my building. I already have some assets in here that I'm going to keep and use. But this main portion of this building I can now delete. Let me copy and paste this over. I think I need to turn on or off. Where's my gizmo? Well, that's weird. All right, let's just first go and transform it. Where is the gizmo? What is going on? Oh, it's way over there for some reason. All right then, weird. Yeah, Unreal Engine will do some weird stuff sometimes. All right, let's move this here. We'll have the same footprint, but let's make sure these two assets are different. So that is 38, also 38. So I need to convert this one and then do a polygroup edit on the face. Accept, Copy paste. I'm gonna leave that footprint down in the ground as deep as it is. Here I'll use snapping helper 3D again. Whoops, I did a copy paste. I didn't need to do that, I don't think. I could even go ahead and stretch this out kind of where I want it. And then, is it 2? Let's delete that. Let's grab this, copy paste, and stretch it again. Okay, we need to take both of these and convert them. And then just polygroup edit this one over to this corner. And then I can do a extrusion to this wall. Accept. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that gizmo is in a weird place. So I can polygroup or edit pivot, center, accept, and let's just duplicate it. And then we will delete this now. Yeah. Let's duplicate this one more time so I can have one over here. So let's transform, middle click the gizmo to reposition it, and then use Control to get this exactly where I need it to be. Complete. I'm gonna have to convert that to a new mesh. Polygroup edit. Bring it over to the corner. Accept. I think this one's also A9, which means this one needs to be converted. And then transform it. No, to here. Complete, and then polygroup edit. So I guess I can turn my lines back on. Line selection. All right, now with that enabled, I'll go ahead and get my corners exactly how I want them. Accept. And I do this for all of my corners that intersect with a new mesh, so that when I combine and make a union of those meshes, I have some decent topology to work with, and I don't have any extra or overlapping triangles that mess up my ability to. I think I'll keep this one this way because this wall is right here. Unless, no, actually, no, I won't. No. We'll just connect these. Let's just ensure that this is up against that wall. I know these aren't the most exciting streams to watch, but when there's a game based on this, people will be able to go back and see that I built this all from scratch. And that's exciting to me. It's the type of accomplishment I can be proud of, at least. Typically, I'm known for creating logos, building websites, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't like that work anymore. I genuinely do not like doing graphic design like I used to. And I think even if I worked with big companies, I wouldn't enjoy it, because I'm limited to creating what other people want me to create. And I quite enjoy creative freedom. There are many occasions where someone will hire me to do work, and I do get that creative freedom to design whatever they want me to, whatever I want for them. Let's accept that. And just like that, that building is done. The outer part of the building anyways. So what I should do is I should go into here. Let me set I turned off real time. There's a setting for real-time viewports where I can disable it if I navigate away from it, and I need to re-enable that. I don't know how to change that. I genuinely don't know. I just Googled it, didn't find it. Thank you, Ryan. Yo, that's facts. That's facts. Long way from MySpace for sure. But I remember that like it was yesterday, and 3D wasn't even on my radar. I really don't know what setting I change. Maybe it's under rendering. So if I go to project settings and editor, PQR platforms, plugins, it's got to be under general. Rendering, engine, rendering. All right, let me see if I can find it before I continue. I don't know. Oh, that is amazing. It's got to be something with the CPU, I think. So project settings, all settings, CPU, nope. Let me disable real-time override. Viewport settings, editor preferences, maybe. I search for CPU. Use less CPU when in background. Yep. Show frame rate and memory. Yes. Enable VSync. I don't know if that's useful. We'll try because my monitor has VSync. Monitor editor performance. Nope. Displays viewports at high DPI. Yes. Override projects manual screen percentage. No. Viewport rendering resolution. No. All right. I found the setting. And when I leave out of the viewport, it should turn off real-time rendering so that anything I'm doing like on Google Chrome or whatever can utilize some of that computing power. And my computer's not lagging because it's trying to focus on where my cursor is while rendering in real time. So that's helpful for overall like productivity and performance, because you'll notice that Windows starts to lag if you keep real time CPU usage active while navigating and around in other programs. Nerd shit, but useful for anybody that's wanting to get into this field who's watching. Because poor performance in any way will hinder productivity significantly. All right, let's find Slim and Huskies. It is first. Let me figure out where I am. All right, here's where we are. And this is the building we're working on. The downside to all of this is I'm probably going to have to get Connor to go and take photos of all the murals so that I can bring those photos into the game, into the project. and stitch them together. So it looks like this is a 3-tier wall. I need to figure out where my photogrammetry is, I guess. So let's go and figure that out. So Z Earth, all of these are supposed to be off by default, and they're not. It is number 13. Number 13, okay. So, what I would do at this point is polygroup edit, insert edge loops, and we're going to do an even edge loop with 2 edge loops. And then I'll use push pull on the front face to drop it low, lower than the rest of the rooftop. Drop it down just a little bit. Let's say to about right there. I don't know. I think all of these can actually go down a little bit more, to be honest. Let's start here with the facade and see what we get to. I'm cool with that. And I think this one does go up just a hair. But I don't know if, yeah, we can do the same thing. So let's polygroup edit. And for this one, I'm going to insert 2 edge loops, 1 edge loop, I mean. And then I'll push this one down. Now that puts this whole thing in a different place. And if I move to the front of this building, I don't think it bows down. So this one I can bring down to the lowest level. Let's check this side. And it's actually flat back there. The whole wall, I think, is flat. So some part of this probably I don't know. There's got to be some slanting or something. That or the front of this building is actually much higher. And this break only happens on a couple of sides. So instead of complicating things and trying to make it accurate, what I'm going to do is union this, and then we're going to pick one roof height. So now if I polygroup edit, what I want to do is combine or merge these upper planes, these faces, and then all I have to do is just drag it down into position, and we're going to stick with that instead of having a staggered wall. Now it's a good thing that I didn't combine these, because this wall let's delete this. This wall actually has to get rotated. Man, dude, what the hell? So let's transform. Let's move it here. Turn off 45-degree snaps. And let's just eyeball. The rotation and location of this wall. Now let's move this here. Rotate it here. And then move it into place. Ooh, yes, sirski. Done. Solid, solid. If I don't, solid. If I don't say so myself. Let's transform. Let's actually, yeah. Let's polygroup it, or let's adjust the pivot, edit pivot, and center, just so we can get it back where we need it to go. And then I can move it into place. We don't need perfection. That's good enough. And then now I can polygroup edit this. And then take these nodes to here. Now for this wall, all I have to do is edit pivot, center it, and then transform from here to here, and then go over the top and rotate my gizmo to here, and then rotate the whole wall to there. Now I'm pretty sure in the photogrammetry that wall goes outward. That means we're gonna have to make another modification. Move it to here, and then transform it into place. It's hard to tell whether it hits that corner, and I think it does. So an easy thing to do would be to rotate it, use control, then grab this corner right here, and that should splice it right on the corner, and it does. Quick math. Okay, complete. Polygroup edit. Let's grab these two. Let's move them over to this corner. And then all I have to do is a Boolean operation. Let's make sure these two are connected so we don't have any issues. And boom, there's that. So I'll take this, copy paste it, and then use it in a Boolean. And that will cut that corner for me. So now I have that weird wall. It's time for me to wash this shirt. It's got me itching. I did work in it yesterday, I think. Oh. Control-Shift-S. That gives me a save of not only the actions I made, but of my new assets that I made. And it does look like this wall comes out a little more, but I can't tell, and I also don't care that much. Let's delete these two, and let's just make ourselves a new wall. So let's go out of game mode or into game mode and just create a new box. Polygroup edit. First, let's navigate over to that part of the street so we can see what we're dealing with. I wonder if there was a window right there at some point. That's what it looks like it was. That's what it looks like. A lot of weird things happening down here. And I don't know that I want to take them that seriously, but let's go back in the game mode real quick. Let's turn this off. That tells me that the lot I had created right here is way off. We can actually delete this triangulation. And then we can work with smaller triangulations to create this footprint. Let's delete that. And that gives me a more accurate representation of where the level of the ground changes. Really weird. This whole thing is really weird. But it's all good. We can roll with it. We can roll with it. Let's just start with the box. I would assume that this is kind of straight. Can't really lock that onto anything, so I've got to eyeball it. And then we'll move the whole thing into place. Let's assume that it's about right here. And then I'll just bring that down into the ground with the rest of this mesh, this building. Excuse me. Let's center the pivot. Do a copy, paste. And what I'll do here is, let's move it first. Let's do a transform from, oh man. Every time I accidentally click the one that's on my mouse, little numbers on the side of my mouse that I use as shortcuts. I accidentally click them sometimes. Let's undo. Let's move it here. Actually, let's move it here. And then bring the whole thing here. And then rotate it to match this angle. And then I can move it into place. It's not going to be the exact same rotation, and I'm okay with that, so long as it matches up with that wall in the back. That's kind of really what I want to go for. It's going to be a bit off, and I'm okay with that. So if I go into game mode, or yeah, into game mode, I can now, let's accept this, maybe. Yep, let's, oh shoot. I forgot to convert it. Polygroup edit. Bring it into place. Accept. Let's copy paste this and scale it up, and then just use it as a Boolean. Easy breezy. Let me think. How do I want to address this? Just polygroup edit. Might be the best bet. That'll be good enough. Polygroup edit. Let's bring it back to here, to this corner. And now I should have the correct placement of these lines. Perfect. And that keeps this one parallel or perpendicular to that wall. So now if I go back a little, I can kind of look forward and get a better understanding of what we're looking at over there. It might not have been a bad idea to keep this wall straight. So let's do some undoing. And let's just move it back to here. And I think with this one, I need to split it into 3. 1, 2. So I need to add 2 polygroups to it. Which means I need to undo something else too. I need to undo the changes I made to it. So let's delete that. Let's grab this, polygroup edit it. So I did all that work and I didn't really need to, and that's okay. We live and we learn. I'm just gonna get it right on the edge, and then Let's make sure they are different. Let's do edge loop, 2 edge loops here, and then done. Accept. Let's copy, paste, convert, transform to here. Accept. Now polygroup edit, and I can push these two down into place. So let's do a push pull, and I'm just gonna eyeball this because it doesn't really matter how accurate it is. It's all going to be the same texture anyway, so we can now merge the two sides and the bottom back. Excuse me. Let's make that one mesh. Let's accept. Polygroup edit. I think I actually don't need this to be modified too much. So what we are going to do though is do a slight push pull on these two. We'll call it giving it some texture, you know what I'm saying? Let me turn this one off and then polygroup edit, and let's combine these meshes. Honestly, I can probably combine this whole wall once it's done into one complete mesh, which is what I think I will do. And I see now from the side, the roof was a bit taller. The facade was a bit taller on the front. So I could have easily split these walls, and I think I'm still gonna do it. So let me polygroup edit and then insert those 2 edge loops like I was gonna do here. Although it's gonna kind of put things in a weird place. That's all right, nothing we can't fix. And then 1 edge loop here. It didn't do it on the top, which is okay, I guess. Let's think how we want to go about this. I want to put an edge loop. I want to insert an edge. No, that's going to be taller. I want to insert an edge here. I guess I can't. Let me think. Nope, I can't insert one. Okay. But I can insert a random edge loop probably. Insert edge loop 1, proportion offset. And let's put one here. And here. And then insert an edge on that edge loop if I can. Doesn't look like it's gonna let me. So I think we're gonna have to decompose this top piece. Nope. That shit ain't gonna work. Sometimes the tools, you know, like Blender. This is where Blender could come in handy. But it's alright, we're not stressing it. What we're gonna do is just manually override. And then we'll project our UVs later. Now, question is, can we insert an edge loop on the top? I don't think so. I don't think we can even insert an edge. I think the reason I can't insert an edge is because this is all one solid piece and there are no polygroups, individual like polygroups. So if I do decompose it, it's going to give me a lot of faces to work with. So let's individually merge these faces and this will solve my problem. Or should. Let's not say will yet, because I could be wrong. Now all I'm doing now is merging these decomposed faces. Into one large face. Or into individual faces per wall. And now I think I should have the ability to insert an edge wherever I want to. We'll try it in just a sec. Let's get this aligned first with that. Let's do the same with this. All right, and now let's see about inserting an edge. This should let me cut that. Boom, there it is. So that's something that I didn't know about until now. I always wondered, why can't I insert edges on some walls, on some surfaces? And it's because I merged those surfaces with another surface that wasn't on the same plane. And the edge loops were missing, and inserting edges require edge loops for those edge inserts to be calculated. For example, there needs to be an edge on the left and an edge on the right. And to insert an edge, you have to insert between two existing edges. So for example, this wall now has 3 edges, which means it has 2 faces. Each face has an edge on the left and the right. Well, top and bottom too, but let's look like direct towards this plane. If I wanted an edge to be inserted here in the center, then this edge has to exist and this edge has to exist. If I take this wall and I merge them, and now there's no edge actually on those merged faces, and it's treating these 2 individual planes as one plane with a bend in it, I can no longer insert an edge in here. I don't think so. I can try. See, it's not going to let me put the edge on this side. The edge is actually showing up on this back wall now, because you have to have those pre-existing edges for an edge or edge loop to work. Now, like, I didn't think about that. I never thought about it until now. But now that I've thought about it and tried to figure out why I couldn't put the edge, I know how it works now. So, you know, we talk a lot. This is kind of unrelated, but it's definitely related, about masculinity. Masculinity is one way of defining masculinity is defining defining experience, the amount of experience someone has. And a lot of people think they understand masculinity. A lot of people think that certain men are masculine, but when you get down to brass tacks, and it's like, I saw a video the other day of a guy that was struggling to open a pickle jar, and he felt like his masculinity was under attack. And they proposed this pickle jar challenge to test people's masculinity. And I'm just like, well, you kind of just defeated the purpose of expressing and exposing masculinity, because you kind of went a roundabout way to define masculinity as strength. Let's see who can open this pickle jar. It's like, well, you know, sometimes masculinity is not just about strength. It's about understanding, like, if I need to open a pickle jar because I'm in a cave with, you know, my family and everybody's starving and I'm not strong enough to open it, that means therefore I'm not masculine, right? It's like, no, if you are mentally prepared and experienced enough to know, like, physically I might not be of strength, but I understand that if I go and grab the largest leaf that I can find and I put over the top of that jar top to kind of help me grip it, I'm going to be able to open this food to feed my family. So in that sense, you can kind of replace some of those attributes that are used to define masculinity with others. You can replace strength with experience. So the guy couldn't open the pickle jar, and then someone comes up with like a paper towel and just opens it right away, which the whole video was terrible because nobody really called each other out on the nuances of, like, well, hey, that's not fair. We're all opening the pickle jar with our bare hands and you pop up with a napkin. And, you know, it's just like, I could go in so many directions with that conversation, but for me, using this example in 3D modeling, you know, it's just like, someone can tell me all day, you need strength to open a pickle jar. But I'm like, you know what? Maybe I don't need strength to open a pickle jar, and strength can be useful in some cases, but masculinity is about experience. Not everything has a single answer. There's not one way to open a pickle jar. And if you can't do it with strength, you know, the next person can do it with like clear mental thought, conscious thought. And I think masculinity encompasses all of those things into one definition. Strength is important sometimes under some circumstances. But if two men are hanging from a bridge and your survival depends on your agility, your ability to hang there the longest until you can get rescued, it's like, well, you're more masculine because you can lift a car off of its wheels in the front. But you're so strong that you're strong in one area to where you can lift up a car, but you can't hang on a bridge for an hour like this skinny guy can. Therefore, he's the one that's going to be able to stay back and protect his family because he's going to survive, right? Interesting conversation, but just something to think about. Like, I learned how to insert an edge loop between two lines, and it took that experience and conscious thought to understand how to solve that problem. And that's what I like, being able to navigate these types of conversations, navigate through these types of conversations using those analogies and real world experiences, because they help make sense of things. But I think every situation can be used to better define what something is or isn't. And I would have never known that had I not used this line of thought and had this experience. We can talk all day about somebody being strong, for example. But once you get 5 people in a room and your job now is to, take 100 bags of cement from one place to another, the strong man is probably going to pick up 10 bags of cement at once. But then once he gets around to like 50, he's going to be tired as fuck and he's going to give up. I see videos of women on Instagram, big girls doing 10 push-ups on camera. And I'm like, well, that's cool. But you got tired after the 10, which is why the video cut off. So it's unfair for you to say that you're physically fit. You can't use your ability to do push-ups to claim that you're physically fit. Unless every single day you can do 10 push-ups every 30 minutes, for the entire day. Let's see what I want to do here. I wanted to take this. I think the front of this building maintains the same height as the back. And then it's this rooftop section as well as this rooftop section. Let me think of something real quick. Let me move up and see if we have a change. So all of that, I actually did need that edge loop on the other side of that wall. It's just this side of the wall that has that shift in the rooftop. And because it's easy to do and because I've figured out how to do it, I want it in there now. So I can go back and merge these, but then I'm going to have to also merge the bottom. So let me merge. All of this stays the same, I've learned. Sometimes I do unnecessary work. I have to do twice the work because I'm not thinking ahead. And I think my work is best done in the moment when I make something and then I realize it's actually something that's not needed. It's easy for me to go back and fix things. And that's better than just not doing anything at all. It's better to make mistakes than to be thinking through like start to finish. Oh, I need to do this. I need to do this. I need to do. No, don't think through it. Just do it. And then you'll figure out what you need to do. So group. No. Game mode. Let's bring that down to here. And then let's take this one and just bring it down halfway. Maybe a little lower would be better. Make it more defined. And let's combine these walls back. All right, a little extra work doesn't hurt me. but it gives you some clarity so that you know, typically this is what I deal with from day to day. I'll accidentally do something. I'll undo everything I just did. I'll redo it a different way. I'll find satisfaction, and it won't feel like I made a lot of progress. But once my character is down on the ground, you will be immersed enough to not notice those details, although you think I want you to notice them. It's like, no, I kind of don't want you to notice them because I want it to fit in the scene so seamlessly that you don't notice them. Otherwise, if everything looked so perfect and there weren't these slight changes in all the buildings and these slight imperfections and weird orientations, it wouldn't feel realistic and it would stand out. All right, you see how this wall is just so blank and empty and that pattern just repeats? It feels out of place in comparison to having some reality, right? Whereas this building has textures, bricks, but it feels less immersed in the scene than that building does with no textures, because that jagged edge gives it a silhouette that makes it feel more in its place, more set in stone. It feels like more needs to be done to this and it's not finished yet because it's a big rectangle. Whereas this without textures feels like, even though it's not natural, it feels more natural to have something here that has like some detail in it. Whereas something that has photoreal textures with no detail feels unnatural, if that makes sense. That's all I wanted to kind of showcase with the reason I decided to go back on my word when I said I'm not going to deal with that. I'll just keep it all even. And then I just spent probably 30 minutes talking about masculinity and doing it anyways. That's just what I do, I guess. But in the end, when you play through and you walk past this building, when I do anyways, there's satisfaction that I have in, like, you know, I find a lot of satisfaction in the fact that I spent the time to go back and add details that previously I thought were not necessary. It feels good to look at it too. Okay. So let's go back here. It does look like there's a bit of a gap between these two. Let me polygroup edit this. I don't think there's anything else in this scene that shares this asset. Let's give it that division. Because what happens now is you can put the drain there from the rooftop, which I'm not putting any, like, the spout. From the water drainage. But I'm not really gonna go and mess with that right now. It's absolutely a mess over there. Looks like some windows are boarded up. Let's now grab another one of these, copy, paste, transform. Let's put it here. This could be about the same width. Let's put it on that corner. stretch it a little bit, give it that opening. Let's turn off game mode. Complete and convert and polygroup edit. I will let's delete this face. Actually, I don't know how I want to handle this. Let's turn on edges. Delete this face. Delete this face. Delete this face. Or insert an edge if I can. Insert another edge. Even though I could have just made a new box. Delete this face, and let's fill this hole. And then merge these two faces. Check the bottom. Merge. And now polygroup edit. I'm gonna take a quick break here in a second and go clean up. I'm gonna let one of my YouTube videos play while I do that though. Before 1. Save to watch later. Let's go to YouTube. View your channel. Live videos. I got a lot of live stuff. I'm gonna let you watch one of my earlier live videos. And I'll be back. If I can do any consulting with you to help you break into this space or plan for it, hey Zeppy, quiet for just 2 more minutes, all right? I'm building out a roadmap that will help, that I think will be useful for you to understand what the metaverse is for, what the capabilities are, and what the possibilities are, how you can monetize in different ways. There are at least 50 different ways to monetize a metaverse and digital twin application. And it's not just about video games. I want to create like a Bible for this project. And I've got a roadmap that I'm working on. Oh man, he has the most adorable laugh. I'm creating this roadmap that helps me understand the methodology behind the most effective development prioritization, like to prioritize roads and grass and foliage and buildings, like what to focus on to bring this project to market faster. So if you guys are interested in more conversations around this, I will be happy to do more live streams where it's not just bedside talks with my kid in the background. I'll do more serious content, but I just need to know that you guys are interested enough in the information for me to also spend my time creating serious content about this. Thanks for watching. Questions, anything that you have, I'm on Instagram. Hey Zeppy, 1 minute. Quiet for 1 minute. I'm on Instagram as 901 Corey Owens. That's 901 CORYOWENS. And I'm talking about this project on Reddit, on my subreddit, which is MemphisMETAverse. r/MemphisMETAverse. All right, I have a couple of more, but that's the primary one I'm focused on right now. And if you want to connect with me, do so on Instagram and join my subreddit. I look forward to seeing you there, and I look forward to sharing more information about this and helping you guys get started on building your city's digital twin. Peace.
time pretending they're coding than watching videos. Okay, let's take a look at his second stream, because the rest of this stream is reviewing other games, looking at his subscription count. I don't know why he gets so horny looking at this.
Ended up watching some YouTube while I was cleaning up, but we're back. Purpose of the stream isn't to be necessarily extremely educational. But for me to be able to come back at some other later date and look at the progress that I've made and how I made it. And to be able to point to this at some point to say to anybody that wonders, like, how did you do it? How's it done? How can I replicate it? Did you do this? Wow, you know, you did all this by yourself, or how do you build a game? Hey, everything is on my YouTube. Not everything, but most of it will be here, right? Let's take this, copy paste, make it big, Boolean, cancel. I did screw up something and I'm gonna need to fix that real quick. I continue to fuck this up, but it's okay, it happens. Is that wall really that low? It looks like my Slim and Husky's wall needs to come down. So let's polygroup edit it. This was probably one of the more unoptimized buildings because I went about a different method for creating this building before I found a way that really works for me. Let's pull this into the ground a little bit. And let's hope that we don't screw something up in the process. So what I will have to do is redo my projections. So project UVs, we'll go box, auto align, and 250. Shift right click that, and before I hit accept, let's make sure that it is in the correct orientation on both sides. Let's do the same thing for this. Project UVs, auto align fit, 250, and then rotate it. Kind of match it up. Solid. Now the height of the footprint of this building no longer can be exposed accidentally. Excuse me. And I've learned that I can go in and create my own parking lots and lots just by using some spline tools with the built-in modeling features. Now, I'm not totally sure what's behind this wall, what this is supposed to be, but I'm going to leave it open. I'm going to assume that there's like an air conditioner or something back there. I see there are a couple of spaces on the wall where there are supposed to be windows. So if I turn off game mode, I can kind of figure out where to place some boxes. This is going to be on the outer edge of the 3. And it's going to be right at the bottom, like right at the curve. Don't know if it's supposed to be a square or not. It's possible that this texture is a little bit stretched, and maybe it isn't. I don't know. But we're just going to kind of eyeball this and get something that looks good enough for us. So first things first is let's put this through the wall, and then we will copy and paste the whole box and then use it as a Boolean. And then polygroup edit the box to make it flush. Now I think we need one more of these. And this one appears to be somewhere over here. It's not something I'm trying to perfect. That height of this though, let's convert it. And do a polygroup edit, and let's make it a little bit higher. Or a little bit longer of a window. Let's not be too concerned about accuracy. The goal first is just to get something that looks fairly accurate. That's Boolean. And then we will polygroup edit that again to make it flush. Eventually that'll be the glass for my window. Let's go edit this and polygroup edit and do an inset. Do we want to, yeah, an inset. Something like that is good. And then let's push pull. Turn off game mode. And let me think how I want to let's take all of these, merge them. Let's do the same thing on this side. Oh, it's already merged over here. Let's pull it into the wall like so, and do the same thing here. And then let me think, except I'm gonna grab it, copy, paste, convert, accept, polygroup edit, grab one face, invert selection, delete faces, grab that face, push, pull it up, and then scale it to where I want it. And then we will just adjust. And technically this is where glass would be, but there's a mural here. Let's edit, pivot, center, accept. Edit, pivot, center, accept. And we can just modify this. And that gives us just a little bit of detail on that wall. And that's enough for me, I think. So that being said, all I have to do now is grab this polygroup edit and then just use this other piece of glass as my reference for how thick this one is going to be. You know, one thing I think I wanted to do was pull these edges up. I can turn off face selection and just grab them. And then I'll take this, we'll copy it over, and then do a transform. Middle mouse button, put the gizmo to the edge, move it into place, complete. And I can go in here and just union these and then polygroup edit and grab just this side and then move it down. Accept. Project UVs, auto align fit, 250. And then do the same thing with this glass, which is supposed to be glass anyways. Union. Project UVs, auto align fit, and 250. And there we have both windows. Even though one is boarded up and it looks terrible, it doesn't matter. We have it in place where we want it. Let's go and focus on the front of the building now. Probably going to merge all of that together into one big asset. Okay. Not totally sure what I'm looking at here, but I think it's mostly a building that's like falling apart. It's got a large plank on the front of it. If we turn on game mode, I wonder how well I can see it. So I'll just grab a box and put it here. Accept, turn this building outline off, and then polygroup edit the box based solely on what we see in the photogrammetry. In the street view of Google, we can kind of tell where everything should be. So this is about right here. This one is about at the edge of this guy. And the top goes, let's say about here. Let's see what we got here. And about right there. And the bottom, almost to the ground. We'll put her to right here. Excuse me. And I do think my sidewalk might be a little too tall. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Let me turn off those. The photogrammetry. 13. Oh, man. Yeah, we do have a slight difference in elevation. Slight difference in elevation. That's okay. It's not that serious. Let's accept. Actually, let's make it super thin. Let's turn that building back on. Let's project UVs. Let's do the same thing for the building. And I think that pretty much nails that. The only other thing I have to consider are other doors and windows. There is something going on definitely with this. Let's polygroup edit. Let's just bring it down into place. And then let's copy this over. Let's do a transform. And then we'll use this. Complete, convert, accept, polygroup edit. And I'll just eyeball this one. I think I accidentally projected the UVs at the wrong side. So let's reproject all my UVs. That looks right. Everything should be at 250. Let's do these. Should be technically the same material. I can go ahead and combine this into a union. And then I will combine these walls as well into a union. I should probably combine those with the rest of the building, but I'll do that last when I'm ready to make the rooftop and the floor. Now I want to go here. I do have it's possible this whole building needs to move up. So let's make sure that these are all in the correct folder. 620 Union Avenue. So let's grab all these meshes here. Let's put them into 620. Turn it off. Let's put the rest of these in 620 as well. Make sure none of it's spatially loaded. And then let's move the whole thing up. Just a little bit. Maybe. Actually, no. I think the only thing I need to move up would be these two meshes, because they do come off the ground just a little bit. Because I'll need to place a box here and do a quick polygroup edit to get it exactly where I want it. Just gonna eyeball it. Put this one in the ground. Bring it to, let's say, about here, and then extrude to this wall, push pull this out to this wall, merge these faces, merge these faces, and then do some more merging. And this tells me that this needs to be adjusted And let's do a quick walkthrough, play test. Okay, I think that sizing is kind of good, but this one might be way too tall. It feels like it's in the right place, but it feels way too. Something about that scale feels off. I could be so wrong though. I don't think that's supposed to be as big as it is. All right, let's turn on this. And let's push this into the ground to there. All right, so polygroup edit. Merge and pull it up to here. It's possible that that's slightly too wide. So what I can do is just grab all these and do a slight adjustment. And then let's play again. Which now leads me to believe that the height of the awning is too high. Let's look at the photogrammetry and see. Yes, yes, that looks a little bit more seriously correct. I'm digging it. I'm working on Memphis Metaverse. I'm using the built-in engine editing tools, built-in modeling tools to take what you see in Google Street View to bring in a one-to-one scale recreation of my city, Memphis, Tennessee. I'm calling it MemphisMETAS. It's a digital twin and a metaverse. The metaverse is the gaming and community-driven public access version. The digital twin is an enterprise version for architectural planning, urban planning, that sort of thing, simulations. And I'm using the built-in modeling tools to accomplish building the environment and the models over the top of the photogrammetry from cesium, which looks like this. So I'll take it from this to this. Still working on a lot of it. There's a lot of details I haven't added yet. But thanks for asking. This has been a long project. It's going to be a very long one, but as I learn these tools, even though I can use something like Blender or another building information model software, I've found it more challenging to go between programs than to just build on top of the photogrammetry. It's definitely a passion project. A couple of things. One, I got hired to bring a restaurant into 3D space so that I can create renderings of the restaurant, because this guy wanted to pitch a restaurant idea to investors, and my renderings helped him make the pitch, win the pitch, get the money, open the restaurant. And I also wanted to present an area of downtown that I thought would make for a good amusement park. And I have learned that I work from like visual. I'm motivated by visuals. So if I can see it, it's easier for me to believe and grasp a concept. So I figured I'd make the idea that was in my head so other people could see it. And I took that and figured that it'd be even better to bring some of those architectural visualization projects into context. So I was like, why don't I just design the entire city? From that, I've discovered like digital twins and all these other things that having a city could be useful for. We don't have any major like Marvel movies that are based out of Memphis. Most of those movies are like New York, Chicago, big places where people have built their city in 3D. And I figured, if Memphis is built in 3D at scale, at a high fidelity, it's more feasible to think that someone would pay whatever it's worth to then take that city model and create some major franchise movie, where it requires buildings being destroyed and the city being built in that fidelity. Spider-Man, for example, swings through buildings in New York, only made possible by the fact that some agency took the time to build New York in 3D, right? So a lot of ideas, but yeah, I want to do this. The difference is, and I want this to be the same thing, but it's very rare that someone who's shopping for an apartment goes through the technical strain to gain access to like a 3D visualization version of an apartment. They'd rather just go to Zillow, right? So to make this more accessible, to make that type of technology more accessible to the general public who could benefit from doing a virtual tour, when COVID happened and the pandemic happened and everything got shut down, imagine if you had your entire city in 3D and you could enjoy it from a game perspective, download it on Xbox or download it on the computer, walk around your city, meet up with your friends virtually, but also shop for apartments at the same time. So the concept is so ambitious. It's way bigger than like what people see me presenting. But all of those things I thought of before I did this. I was like, this would also be good for that. This would also be good for that. So lo and behold, I started presenting it on Reddit and YouTube and now Twitch. And people have seen it. Local architectural companies have hit me up because they're like, hey, what you're doing I think would be really great for us to use for X, Y, and Z. So now I've been hired to do some projects for some architectural companies because of this. But yes, all of what you're saying is definitely considered, because I want those experiences to all exist in an easy to grasp like concept. People think Grand Theft Auto, Fortnite, The Sims, and what's the other game? VR chat. It's like, yeah, all of that's cool. All those fantasy worlds are cool, but if you can go to your favorite local restaurant and see your favorite people in the game, that would be way more immersive of a game, because it's like, oh shit, I've been there before. I've been to that place before. Hoping that I can get to a point to where I can open this up for like NFTs. Maybe not like cryptocurrency necessarily, but if you could buy a real house in the game for, you know, and spend literally $1,000 to buy a virtual house, and there's enough people using the game and running around in the environment, you can create private spaces and monetize those spaces. If you have thousands of people in your servers, in your private space that you purchase because you're hosting virtual events, then you can get companies to pay for advertising in your virtual space. So insane, like very ambitious, but that's why I'm building it this way. Because I'm thinking the future is digital twins. Every city, where are you from? What city do you live in? Every city, and yes, NFTs are still a thing. They're just not as trendy and stupid as they used to be. Like, whoever thought a monkey with snot coming out of his nose with sunglasses on was going to be a worthwhile investment was, you know, no offense to you if you ever thought that, but something like a one-of-one Kobe Bryant video of him dunking a specific dunk, and you being the only person that owns that video as an NFT, or when in the future people build houses or car manufacturers sell cars, they will have a virtual digital twin of that car that exists maybe in the metaverse or as an NFT. And if only 1,000 of those cars were ever manufactured, the NFT version of that car will only have 1,000 mints, I think is what it's called. Like, you mint an NFT and only 1,000 people can own it, and that type of NFT can go up in value because you can sell it with the car. But then people who want to see that car can interact with it virtually, as opposed to you risking taking it out on a trailer and, you know, having something happen to the real thing. You can own the NFT and display it in various ways, whereas technology is growing so rapidly that people are going to start experiencing the virtual world more frequently in VR headsets, right? So every house is going to have one of three houses is going to have some sort of VR headset at some point. So by the time big cities get on board with developing their smart cities, and they have the entire city in 3D in some format that people can access, whether it be through gamification or for urban planning, I will already be ahead of the curve. And the goal is for those planners, investors, real estate people, and builders to come to me to say, hey, we want to put our properties and our businesses in your environment. Because when 10 million people are playing MemphisMETAS on YouTube Live, I'm pretty sure Domino's Pizza is going to say, let's integrate all the Domino's in Memphis, Tennessee into your game, because it's going to show up in all these kids' streams. And 10 years from now, when they're old enough to work and buy their own stuff, they are going to know Memphis, the city of Memphis, like the back of their hands, because they played in the virtual Memphis and drove around it in virtual cars. And you know what I'm saying? So marketing, you know, I'm doing this for so many different reasons, and it's too many to just kind of put into one explanation. But I'm a marketing person. I do marketing for restaurants. and I'm really interested in architectural visualization and video games. So I wanted to try to find a way to be able to kind of work without working, and this was that solution because it's so fun to me to do this. Definitely. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto Online is a good example because people are kind of living in that space in their free time at home. Some people have even monetized playing Grand Theft Auto Online on YouTube and Twitch. And I want the same concept. The only difference is Grand Theft Auto has to pay for licensing if they ever use any real, if they put a Lamborghini in the game. Obviously, people have mods now and they bring their own cars in the game, their own clothes and all that stuff. But this gets local businesses involved. And as cool as Grand Theft Auto is, it's not the real world. Let's see if I can move this. So I want to merge the real world with video game. And I might not be making a shit ton of money right now, although I have a big project that I will get paid for. I think this is the future of cities. Every city is going to have a digital twin. Let's transform this. Is that? So yeah, this passion project. And I don't know why. I mean, I do know why. I say that all the time. I don't know why. I don't know why. I do know why. I love Memphis. And I love Memphis so much. And this is my way of kind of giving back to Memphis before I decide to just not want anything to do with the city anymore, because city's kind of in a bad place in terms of people's perception of it. People think Memphis is very dangerous, but it's about as dangerous as any other city its size. Nobody wants to come here anymore. People don't want to stay here. I was like, all right, if I create this, you got a lot of old people who remember Memphis being for what it used to be when there was an amusement park here called Liberty Land. We had the Zip and Pippin, and that was Elvis Presley's favorite roller coaster. That's been dismantled, actually torn apart, redesigned to some extent, and it's now in Green Bay, Wisconsin. So Zip and Pippin still exists, but it's a Green Bay roller coaster now, not a Memphis roller coaster. Memphis doesn't have shit anymore. So I had this bright idea. Let's put the Zip and Pippin back in Memphis, but let's put it on Mud Island under the bridge. It's like, oh, that might never happen, nor will we ever have a large Ferris wheel like they have in London, like the Big Eye, I think is what it's called, on Mud Island. But if people see it and enough people believe it, then people with money might consider actually trying to make something like that happen. Thank you. What are my thoughts on AI? You're from chat? Awesome. I've been to chat a few times. I think, it depends. I have several thoughts on AI depending on what industry you're referring to. But in general, I think I sit right in the middle of the fence where I can see both sides. I see the dangers of AI, but I see just as many benefits of it. And I think it's going to be just as good for the general public as it will be bad. Because as soon as someone uses AI really well to manipulate the masses in thinking that Donald Trump or someone else said or did something that they did not do or say, and there's virtually no way to discern whether that's real, the average person who doesn't understand technology or reality enough, because they think boys can be girls and all this other nonsense that we've dealt with for the past decade, they are going to be screwed beyond belief because they will have no way to know what's real anymore unless they see it with their own eyes. So I think AI is going to be awesome, but it's also going to mislead a bunch of people when it gets in the right hands of the wrong minds. And that chaos will definitely ensue in some way or another, because someone created a false flag event with AI. Some video comes out that so and so killed a bunch of people and nobody knows that it's fake. And then we break it out into civil unrest. We have a civil war, and then we go into martial law. I think all of that is going to happen. But AI is going to have a lot of benefits for the general public as well, whereas more and more people can start to gain access to like practical data and practical answers to questions they have, to be able to make more informed decisions in their daily life. Whereas we go to school learning how to do all this stuff that nobody uses in real life, and the things that people can learn in AI will practically benefit each individual 10 times more than 8 years of school ever could. So I'm on board with AI. I just know that nobody reads terms and conditions, and we're right around the corner from a real life Black Mirror episode. Which is nuts. I'm into music and all kinds of other stuff that AI is currently kind of breaking ground in those the creative industries. And you see a lot. It's like photography. Everybody and their sister or cousin wants to be a photographer now, right? And they're doing wedding photos, and it's like now real long-standing photographers who have seniority and genuine skill are finding less bookings because everybody has access to a genuinely good camera in their smartphone, and more people are buying digital, like full frame DSLR cameras, right? Same thing's happening with music. More and more people are becoming music producers and rappers and dancers. You see a dancer everywhere you turn on TikTok. It's like the Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant debate. It's like, who's better? It's like, well, when Michael Jordan was the best of all time, there weren't people comparable to him. Now that people want to say Kobe, or not Kobe, LeBron, people want to say LeBron's the GOAT, but you have kids coming out of high school performing at Michael Jordan's level. So the time is so different now compared to what it used to be, where everyone has access to everything and everything is so saturated. And for me as a creative, it's like, I don't even want to do music anymore unless it's for myself. I don't want to do graphic design or build websites anymore because AI, everybody thinks they can just get to some website and use some AI enhancement to build a website, and they can. And now more people are going into entrepreneurship, and more people are doing this, and more people are doing that, and the AI thing just makes it all easier for them to access. Therefore, those people who have really crazy skill are having harder times finding good work, because 99% of the people who want, let's say, a photographer are looking to spend as little money as possible, because now more people are doing photography and are charging way less than a seasoned photographer would, and they're using AI to enhance their quote unquote skill. And the AI does it good enough to where the general person who would normally hire a photographer 20 years ago, like, it's at the same quality that 20 years ago people would have raved over. So now you can hardly do those types of creative skills and make a serious impression, because general public is very satisfied with the quality of what AI does. I see stuff like that on TikTok, and from a creator or design perspective, it's great for things like code. Yeah, it's definitely great for coding, solo dev, independent work. And yes, 100% of this is why I say, like, it's important to read terms and what is it called? Terms and conditions, which I still don't do, but I understand the risk I take. And those terms and conditions get updated, and people are uploading content, not realizing, like even with Google, that everything is being scraped. All the data everywhere all at once is being scraped. And that's the reason I focus more on this, because 3D graphics at this fidelity for something it's creative, but it's reproduction that can't be handled by an AI at this level. Because technically this is almost AI. Part of this is AI. You got a satellite that sits in the sky and does its rounds, and you have Google street cars that drive around, sometimes autonomously now with a camera on them. And then you have autonomous flying drones that can map this imagery, and then artificial intelligence can go and stitch it all together to make it seamless. Because technically these are just little cubes and squares being stitched together through AI to kind of process and merge the data. So AI is good at a lot of what it would take someone like a drone pilot to then manually fly, download the images, place the images on the right geometry, stitch it together in software. But those 3D AI models, even as good as they look, still lack in fine fidelity. Even when they don't, if you can create like a Super Mario character or draw a picture and have AI understand what that picture is, because there are 1,000, you draw a dragon on paper, upload it to AI, ask AI to make it a 3D object. AI is going to go to every 3D repository and every Google image through like a Google search saying dragon, and then get all these different perspectives of the dragon, get all these 3D models, get all these games that have dragons in them, understand what the topology is, create the dragon in 3D. But then once you have that 3D object, I'm sure there's AI technology that will still be able to then go and rig the model, texture the model, give a scan to the model, create weights for the model so that it can function and jiggle where it needs to and all that, which is great. But we're still fairly far off from the AI being able to then take an entire environment and then create a full-on production from that can then be manipulated. You got there's a movie coming out soon that was all filmed with AI. And I forget what it's called. I saw an ad for it the other day. But the production company still went into the movie after they did all the prompts and got everything looking very cohesive from scene to scene. The characters, for example, they went and did a lot of manual face swapping to enhance that consistency where AI failed, right? So there's a lot of, I think with AI, people think they're going to lose jobs. And I'm like, yeah, absolutely. A lot of people are going to lose jobs, but that's good, because 99% of the jobs that people have, we shouldn't have to begin with. Nobody should be flipping burgers, putting fries in grease, mowing grass, that frees up more labor to now be used for the tasks that can actually sustain genuine life, right? So since there's no more grass cutting jobs, no more burger flipping jobs, no more warehouse jobs and assembly line jobs, all those people are now going to be looking for jobs. And all the jobs where people are genuinely needed to sustain society and to progress society, where AI can't necessarily make extremely informed decisions that aren't generalized, more of our focus can now be put on world sustaining, right? So, I think, yes, a lot of jobs will be lost, but that's the point. Nobody wants a job. Once AI can do damn near everything that requires you to work for pay, I think we're looking at the potential for a future where everyone kind of has money without having to go to a regular job. And we can put that money into places that help sustain our roads. We can put more money into, instead of having to sustain our own living, it's like we have a community now where everyone's making money and everyone's making about the same amount of money, and more people are contributing to sustaining their neighborhoods and innovation and future proofing. So I don't think most people can look far enough ahead to understand what the positives are and the potential that wouldn't be here if AI wasn't a thing. The speed at which it's perpetually progressing is probably really good for the world. And I wish AI would have been honest with everybody. Like, all this shit that y'all think is important, identity and whatever else, masculinity and all this other stuff that everybody's talking about. It's like, I wish AI would have been honest and said, hey, you guys are worried about the wrong things. Those are important, yes, but before we start beating each other up because somebody didn't call this dude a she, her, AI should have been telling us, hey, those are great questions y'all are asking. These are great things you're trying to get me to do. But we have some serious issues, and the quality of everybody's life is at an all-time low. I can keep this simple, but I think now I understand what I need to do to this. I'll create a box here, and whoops. I could talk about that stuff for days. I have thought quite seriously about many of these topics. I've been designing all my life. I've been drawing and designing on the computer since I was a kid in Paint, and dissecting programs and trying to take apart technology. Unreal Engine I've been using for about 5 years. This project on and off, I've worked on it for 5 years. Prior to that, I used CryEngine, which was the engine used for CryEngine. What's the name of that game? Crisis. But design in general, I started my first design business when I was 14. I was designing MySpace layouts and websites, Flash websites and HTML websites, and then MySpace layouts with HTML and CSS. 'Cause, 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 'cause But this, about 5 years, just kind of playing with it. This project, I've taken it serious for about 3. And that was in the midst of a hefty custody battle. So if I really look at the time I spent physically, literally, I'd say it's been a year and a half. Because I spent a lot of those days with my girlfriend and my son. And working on other projects. Design related. But I'm 35. Going on 36. And I've been doing graphic design since I was 14. Let's see, this one's gonna go here. And I have loved every minute of it. This one's gonna go here in this weird spot. And this one, let's turn on game mode, off game mode. Ain't no way we can tell where that's supposed to be, but we're just gonna put it right there. Looks like we need 2, so let's grab another here and then another here. And let's just kind of eyeball this one. Don't care so much how perfect it is. Probably some missing, if we're being honest. Somebody probably knocked these joints out and never fixed it. Welcome to Memphis. That's what people do in abandoned buildings. They don't take care of them. But we're going to keep it just like that. Looks like I need a garage door and 2 windows. So let's go into out of game mode real quick. Or yeah. We can't really see where that is, but it's at about the same height as my awning. So let's find ourselves a garage. And let's just duplicate it and move it into place. Don't need to reinvent the wheel. Let's take what you already made, find a way to use that. Let's move this out of that folder into the root. Turn on game mode. It sounds like I'm saying gay mode. I'm just gonna keep it like that. I'm gonna turn on gay mode. And let's move this. Let's find the rotation, shift right click. I would love to teach a class on Unreal Engine, but I don't talk. I don't have the literacy of like the program to articulate. Why is this not working? What am I doing wrong? Negative 95 degrees. There's no way that these are the same. Bull. Okay. I can take this door then. What is this door? No way. No way. Oh. Okay, I have an actor locked in this details panel. I forgot. And I'm trying to copy the rotation of that actor. Okay. I can get the real rotation of this now because I'm looking at the right panel. Rotation, like, okay. Learn something new every day. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. Okay. All this is math. This is math. If you understand, like, I loved math. I exceeded in math and algebra. If you understand just general, like, spatial calculation, 90-degree angles, like that, a lot of these things, if you look at a lot of these windows on buildings, 90% of the time, most of these windows are spaced in a way that the underlying structure, and I'm not speaking to Mr. Core 25, I'm just speaking in general for whoever watches this later and wonders what my thought process is if they want to come and kind of do the same thing. I did some construction with my uncle. I built an entire house with him. I got big into architecture. I went to school, did drafting, and took the technical path. Learned about architectural drafting and CAD work. And math was one of my strong suits. And I understood that a lot of architecture was really just based on mathematical calculation. Like the size of not just baseboards, but like 2x4s. It's called a 2x4 because the measurement is 2 inches by 4 inches, and they're spaced, 16 inches apart. And on the outside of those 2x4s is usually sheetrock for the interior, and etc. Blah blah blah. I learned those things because I had the experience of working with my uncle to build our house, and that easily translated into design. If you look at logos and branding, websites, any type of graphic, it's all math. These programs work in math. It'll tell you got a cube. That cube has 8 vertices, and those vertices are physically in a space on, let's say 2 different grid systems, or 3 different grid systems. As you can see with this gizmo right here, there's a green gizmo, a red gizmo, a blue gizmo, and those tell you what those grid systems are, where those grid systems are for this particular object. And the computer is just responsible for mathematically calculating where all these different planes and edges are in this virtual space. So I was like, if I can understand that, then I can make anything if it's all math, right? And from that thought, from that point forward, I literally did that. I literally took that knowledge and I just started making shit. And I used math and equidistant spacing to make it look pretty. My first logo, which turned into MySpace layouts, which turned into website designs, which turned into album art, which turned into t-shirts and products. And it just didn't stop. Let's see how far over I went this. And now it's video games. That's about the same height, but I think it maybe needs to go up a little bit because the ground goes up kind of a hill. So technically I don't need to adjust the height of this. I just need to pull it up a little bit and then put it in the wall. For now, I'll take it out so that I can make a box. I already have one. And we're gonna move that box to this point. AI is also just math. What's the probability of this response being the correct one based on this user's prompt or question? And most of what AI has learned has come from Google. We've taught AI. If 1,000 people across the world, or let's say 1 million people, go to google.com and they search for donut in Google Images, 99.9 times out of 100, that person who searched for a donut is going to click on a picture or website that is donut related. Based on that information alone, Google then learns, this is what a donut looks like. If 1 million people have clicked on an image that looks like these pixels after searching these words, these 4 letters, or DONUT or DONOUG, whatever the other spelling is for those English folks, then this must be what a donut is. Therefore, when you say create a picture of a glazed donut, it mathematically calculates what the average color and position of the pixels should be based on the color and position of the pixels of 9 million donut pictures that are, glazed donuts. And everybody thinks that it's like magic and sorcery and scary and like wrong and something we should be afraid of. Is like you're teaching it by your existence on the internet. So it's not as bad a thing as people think it is. When advertising gets really good, then we're going to be in trouble. Because if AI is learning from those user interactions, one day we're going to see nothing but ads for things that we actually like and want. That's not as bad a thing as people think it is, because the world will eventually also become that tailored. Then we could have trouble, because if the world made people comfortable, that could pose a lot of strange issues. What am I doing here? I'm going to Boolean that. And then just move this bad boy in. It looks like this wall is much thicker. So that being said, I want to polygroup edit this and give this a thickness that makes more sense for this. Now, I do remember. Oh. Made a little mistake. Nothing we can't fix. I did the outside of the wood instead of the inside. So we're just going to manually make that adjustment and then redo my UVs. I want it to just barely cover it. Okay, let's re-project UVs. Auto align fit 250. That way when I add my brick texture, it's going to sit where it's supposed to. Now I can push this in. And I can change the material to metal. That looks good to me. Let's grab a box about right here. I don't know that the photogrammetry is going to tell me where that should be, but we can check it. Absolutely horrendous. It's also possible for us to, let me think here. I can assume these are not squares. Almost as tall as the roof, but not quite. So let's bring it up and then drop it back down a little bit. And then just make an educated guess. For where we want these windows to be. I think I can even move the whole thing over a bit. Let's grab it by the faces. And we're going to make this one object. So duplicate. And instead of taking this so seriously, I'm just going to assume that this is in a place that I'm satisfied with. Yep. Let's grab the back faces, move them out, accept. Let's copy paste so we have a backup. Use one as a Boolean. And then take this and go like so. Although this is not a glass window, it's more like wood. I'm just gonna go ahead and push that in like so. And then we'll grab the bottom. Pull it up to about there. Let's copy, paste, convert, accept, polygroup edit. Let's bring the bottom back down on this converted one. Let's bring the top down to about there. And let's bring the front out just a little bit. Let's bring the top out a little bit more so it kind of leans. And then let's bring it down a hair. Let's undo that real quick. Let's insert. Let's insert an edge loop. I'm going to set it to even and one edge loop here and here. Done. Let's select this by that edge loop. And then move them up to here. No, let's move it back just a little bit. Now, we can grab these edges and bring them down. I think let me undo that. Let me okay, it's not that serious. We'll take it. Accept. Yep, that looks good to me. Control Shift Save. I want to add a little bit of detail to this. So let's go. First, I want to Boolean. So let's copy and paste our building, use that as a Boolean. And then polygroup edit, grab this bottom face, merge it. Can we do the same for the top? I don't know if that is the appropriate way to handle this. We're gonna wing it and say that this is gonna work. We're gonna do an inset. And this should give us the exact placement for where these posts should be on the outside anyways. You know what? I think that's still too big. Let's undo that. So let's inset just a little bit. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. So let's go about right there. And then let's grab all these faces. Not sure that's quite the width of a 1x, or like a, yeah, I would say like a 1x6. But nobody's gonna notice. Let's merge that and grab this face. Let's see if we can push. And that's going to give us a level of detail that is satisfactory. And now all I have to do is polygroup edit this. Let's see when it comes out of the ceiling. Let's drop it down a little bit. Accept, and then I'll take all the ones that are too high and manually adjust those using the 3D snapping helper. Okay, yeah, cool. I didn't realize how thick that still was on the inside, which is thick enough, but that's great. That works. Control Shift Save. Let's go back into modeling mode. We have a door here. Everything else is graffiti, but I think there's supposed to be at least 2 windows on this, or 4, but it looks like they're all boarded up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 windows. I believe they're all boarded up, and 2 of them are a little taller than the door. So what I'll do is I'll copy this over, rotate it 45, and convert. We don't have to convert it, actually. All I have to do is move it into place. Complete, and transform it Keep them about the same size. Not really looking for perfection here. Project UVs to 250. I think because these are different, so let's undo that. Let's, before I project these UVs, I can then just copy this and work on this one real quick. So this looks like 3 windows. Come up about to the height of the door. It's a little further from the door. There's no way that's just 3. So let's see how high that is. Okay, and it looks like we made a mistake. Mistakes happen. So, here's what we have to do. I have to take... It's no wonder that these things were like leaning. Completely different than what I thought they were. I'm going to take this, copy and paste it, and convert it. I'm going to turn one of them off. I'm going to take this other one. I'm going to grab a box. Let's put it here. Except, let's rotate it up. And then let's do one of these numbers. And we can make it kind of small. It doesn't have to be huge. Let's take this material, paste it on this object, and then we'll do a Boolean, but this time it'll be a intersection. Accept. And edit the pivot of this to where it's on, let's say, this top corner. Let's turn off our 45 snap. Accept. Let's copy paste that, and then I'll right click, transform, and do a mirror X. And then let's adjust the rotation. And then do a 180. And then move it with the transform option to here. Complete. Grab both of those. Union. Accept. And then in polygroup, I can just manually merge all of my separated faces that were created from tearing this apart and fitting it back together. Math. Now I could decompose this, but I don't think we're ever going to need to do anything else with this. But I can go ahead and select these, adjust my pivot, adjust the pivot rotation, and move this to about there. It looks like that actually goes in quite a bit, so this may be the better route. And it appears as though there are two of these poles on this. So let's move this to be aligned with this. And then copy paste, move this one to be aligned. With this. Okay. Now, the other one that I turned off, I now have learned the reason these looked crooked and I was making fun of Memphis the whole time is because this box actually sits in the wall, and these windows, if I go into 3D helper mode, should actually be something like this. Therefore, the position of these posts must be updated to about halfway, maybe not halfway, but about here. And then let's go into, we can transform bring our pivot gizmo here. Let's rotate it to here. Let's pull it up. Let's go into the ceiling a little bit. Pull our gizmo here. And then I can transform to here to get it right there about at the center. Now, I don't know that this has a flower box type of design in there. Let's assume that it does, but that it's slightly smaller. So let's say something like this. Excuse me. And then it appears that it actually goes closer to the end of the wall. So that perspective shift definitely makes a difference when I looked at the Google imagery from this side. keep it to about right there, I guess. And now these, I should be able to just pull down just a hair to put it inside of our flower box. And then I can move this post where it needs to go. And I can scale them. And nobody's ever going to know that they were a little too big. I'll probably Boolean them anyways. But now to focus on this, I believe this gets cut off. Just barely. Just barely does. So to remedy that, all I have to do is repeat that last process of grabbing a cube, stretching it out to, let's just grab a piece of it anyways. Let's make sure we're grabbing from the corner. Actually, I can even move this into the wall. And then I'll take these two, and first I'll change the material so that we don't get a material clash. And then Boolean intersect. The cool thing about this one is I can polygroup edit and just grab this face and stretch it to where I need it. But first, well, yeah, this is a great way to do this, except let's copy, paste, convert. Shift right click the rotation, right click transform mirror X, shift left click rotation. Is that going to change anything? If it's set to 0? Okay. Huh. All right then. So let's move this out here. It's already converted, so I can polygroup edit. Grab this face. Take it down to like bare minimum width. And then grab everything. Move my gizmo, let's say to here. Rotate it. Move my gizmo again to this corner. Connect them there. And then rotate. And use Control to get it into position. Except, grab both of these, union, and now we can polygroup edit and merge all of our faces. Okay, and then take these. and just kind of visually determine where that needs to be cut off. And I think that's close enough right there. It's probably really good, actually. Maybe put it in there a little more. You know, I'm not gonna lie, it's probably right at the edge of this thing. Now, I'll take all these posts give it a union. Copy and paste my awning and use that to do a Boolean. And this one's going to be a difference A minus B. And then we got to do the same thing with this planter. Boolean. I'm going to grab all these boards that are covering these windows. Give them a union, put them all together. Actually, I want to also union and just add this one as well. But I do need to adjust the thickness of this one. So let's polygroup edit. It's not necessary. But if ever we wanted to come back to it, we can. Now, there aren't going to be any holes behind these boards on the front. But now I can project UVs on this whole thing at 250. I need to auto align first. That is not the correct alignment. That's really strange. So let's move this here. I can't. Let's cancel. Let's take, edit our pivot. Thank you, Ivan. I think I said your name right, for subscribing. I appreciate you. Thank you. May I know in what way and how you made the road? I did. Oh man. So right now, what you see, or you don't see it, what you see here is photogrammetry from Google Earth. There are 3D models. If you're doing a real city, you can download some 3D models of photogrammetry. I also have Cesium. I'm using the Cesium plugin to bring in Earth imagery as well, which is going to be replaced. Aside from that, I use City Build and World Build. Well, World Build's City Build plugin. And if I turn that on, it looks like this. So let me turn off. Yeah, it's gonna look something like this, which I got it kind of under my map right now because I don't think I'm gonna use it yet. So I've got it pushed under my actual road, like where I want my road to be, so that it doesn't collide with my character, so that the collision doesn't mess up my character's stepping on this custom sidewalk I did. I used Spline Tool Pro to make the sidewalk that I wanted. So basically I took a sidewalk from Fab, and it was called a median or curb or something. Like I searched sidewalk and I found a piece of like 4 slabs of sidewalk. like all connected, like one small little section. And I cut it down to one piece. And then I used that as a mesh on Spline Tool Pro. And then I created a spline and then populated the sidewalk mesh along that spline. The same thing that I did with this. So I wanted to create my own custom road. And if I go into lit wireframe, you can see that there's a lot of triangles in this because I wanted the subdivision to make any curvature look really high quality, but I haven't finished this out yet. So I think this is going to be the final way that I do my road. I made a solid plane, and then I used Unreal Engine's modeling tools under deform to warp this solid plane into a curve. I don't know if you can see that, so that when it goes from one sidewalk to the other, it curves like a real road, because City Build, their plugin, has a straight, like a solid, thick, straight road with decals on it, which is great. It works if you're not trying to redesign a real city that has inaccuracies and not flat roads. But those are the tools that I used. I used City Build first to get like kind of this road structure right here, and you draw like from point to point, and then you connect those roads together. It'll automatically generate a sidewalk. If you're designing just a regular game and you don't need specific type of road, that'll probably work really well for you, and I do recommend purchasing that. Yeah, I don't know why I have all these extra curb pieces. But that wasn't going to work for my project. I really needed more realistic roads in terms of not just how they look, but the actual curvature. And I wanted to be able to kind of decide exactly where my sidewalks were. And the auto-generated sidewalks based on the road width from City Build didn't give me an accurate depiction of my these lots and how the driveways work. So I scrapped the idea of using City Build and completely hid all the City Build elements. And then I just used cesium, and I drew on top of the sidewalk with the spline to place my custom sidewalk mesh. And then from there, I will redo the roads without any decals. And then I'll go back later, once I understand how the decals work, to add the correct decals on top of the cesium imagery, because I want it to be a 1-to-1 scale recreation, which I couldn't do with City Build's roads. They are nice roads though, and they do generate really good sidewalks and everything, but they failed to accurately represent the built environment of Memphis. So if you're still watching, I hope that you got my response, because I didn't notice that you were in the chat. So yeah, City Build, Cesium Ion is a free plugin that will automatically generate. This is let's open Cesium and see. This is Cesium World Terrain plus Bing Maps Aerial. So Cesium World Terrain is just like a flat terrain, and then it has Bing Maps imagery on top of it. There's no 3D geometry. And then Cesium 3D tiles look more like this. So when you get pretty close to it, it's really low quality estimation of like a building's footprint and silhouette. And that, as you can see, kind of spatially loads in, and it's culled by your camera position. So nothing behind me is loaded until I turn the camera around really fast, and it'll automatically load in. And that gives me the whole world. Basically, this is the same thing that Flight Simulator uses, but they do some procedural road and building generation on top of Cesium's 3D tiles. And then the further you are from the geometry, the more the tiles load in for optimization. But I kind of mix the two. I have what's called a, if you want to like bookmark this timestamp, this part of the video where I'm talking, I have a cartographic polygon that separates the flat imagery from the 3D tiles. And that, you know, you can do a YouTube video, find a YouTube video where somebody explains what that is. But I have one of those polygons. Let me see if I go into game mode. One of those polygons is basically a spline that tells the 3D tiles where to not load. It's a closed loop spline. And then that same spline is being used to tell the imagery where to not load. And I have it inverted. That way I can focus on this particular section of geometry and have it in context all at the same time, so I can see spatially what this district looks like. Getting the roads in, as you can see, these roads in the real world, they're not like video game roads where it's kind of calculated placement. There are hills and curves in weird places, and they curve and they widen and they get smaller, and they have all, you know, like that's not a even turn. Like they have all these weird changes that you can't replicate inside of City Build because they automatically generate your intersections and corners. And I automatically generated corners they all look automatically generated corners, and let me open it, turn it back on, and sidewalks and what do you call them, intersections, all basically look like this. So if I go in here and click debug full rebuild, it'll automatically generate those, which are beautiful. That looks really nice. But if you compare that to the real world, you'll notice how this corner is like super sharp, and then this corner is super rounded. And City Build's procedural plugins do not let you replicate those weird nuances. So I had to scrap the idea for using that. It's a great plugin though. But I'm going for like 1-to-1 scale accuracy. And I don't gatekeep. If anybody wants to know how I did something, I would love to fill you in so that you don't have to spend 5 years in 10 different road plugins and $1,000 later to realize, as hyped up as those YouTube videos for those plugins made you feel, they weren't going to work for what you're looking for. But I definitely spent thousands of dollars on plugins that I ended up saying, wow, this is really cool, it looks good, but I thought this was going to solve my issue, and it didn't. Be right back. I've been drinking these poppy prebiotic sodas, like 5 of them a day, maybe like three actually. And I don't know if they're actually like good for you, but they're good to you. They're really good. And I think this is going to be my last one for the week. I'm going to save the rest of them. I've got 2 cases. And I bought some more healthier beverages, some naked juice, some orange juice. I'm going to try to drink those for the rest of the week. And water, of course. Are you building? What are you building, Ivan? Am I saying your name right? Also, if you use Blender, you know, with Unreal, there's Road Tool Pro or Road something Pro. There are a lot of different road tools that can help you achieve whatever you want if you're not recreating an environment that's based on a real city, if you're making kind of your own games. But in Blender, there's one that I'm really interested in called Roads. I don't know what it's called. Roads on a road. I don't know. Roads roll or something like that. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Blender Roads plugin. And I think it's a really awesome. Roads must roll. That I kind of wish was in Unreal Engine. But it's a procedural tool, and I think it's not really geared towards recreating real environments, but it has all these features like their own built-in cars and street signage and bridges and different prefabricated intersections and lane styles. And I think they built in, I don't know if they built in the humans like foot traffic, but they built in the car traffic and day-night traffic, lighting, and a lot of other procedural things. But this comes with a lot of cars if you get the update or the upgraded version. And I'm not big on using Blender, and I have no plans to bring this project over to Blender, but I thought this was a great way. This could have been a really cool way to add some roads in places that I don't want to focus on. Right? So I have a few different places in the city that I want to prioritize my characters, like my characters and their perception. And then in the background, I want high fidelity, but that I don't require as much accuracy in other parts of the city. So top-down shooter, that sounds really cool. Photorealistic, I'm wondering, because a lot of these assets that I have used are photoreal. I do recommend, speaking of Blender, which program should I use? Some say Blender, Maya, others say Max. I suggest, if you can afford it, to try them all and see what feels most comfortable to you, because we're moving into a time now in 3D modeling and environment design where there's a lot of cross compatibility being enabled. So if you do decide to use something that's more comfortable to you, there are ways to bring those models now into other softwares much easier than it used to be. I think Maya is good for character related design. Blender is really good for hard surface modeling and some procedural tools. 3ds Max is also really good for procedural tools, but I think 3ds Max is more CAD based, but also static render and video render based. Like if you're rendering out scenes and frames, Blender and 3ds Max really depends on your workflow and how you want things to feel. But if I were starting from scratch and I didn't need to use some of these tools I have inside of Unreal Engine, I would have chosen and would recommend Blender over anything, because you can move anything from Blender over into Unreal Engine if ever necessary. It's hard to go the other way around. But for something like a top-down that can be cross-platform and optimized for mobile, it's best that you learn good topology and optimize your models so that you can use, Switch 2 and all these other handheld platforms that are really big on optimization, mobile. So that maybe even you can consider at some point an iOS launch, given that iOS are using these M3, M4 chips moving forward. So my recommendation would definitely be Blender if you want to model a lot of your own assets. Otherwise, for me, I model everything in Unreal Engine because I'm not doing any like weird rounded softened surfaces. This is mostly architecture, and I want to be able to see and play it in real time without having to use V-Ray, EV, or any other like rendering tool. Corona, 3ds Max has Corona and V-Ray, which most people use for visualizing. But when it comes to like real-time viewport, Blender comes under Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine does it so fast in the editor. But again, that also depends on what you're using it for. For characters, I would recommend one program. For architecture, I'd recommend a different one. For hard surface objects, I'd probably recommend something else. And then when it comes to things like roads and stuff, a lot of the prefabs, for example, like this road, I designed one. Let me see if I can find it actually. On a spline, I'm using a mesh. So it's this mesh on a spline system. And the mesh that I created looks like this. So you see how it has that curvature, and it's a one-sided mesh. Typically you do the same thing for a sidewalk. You just create one mesh, and then you bend the corner down and then create a bevel and create some good topology for it, depending on like where you may have holes or anything. And then you run that, since it's not just a square. Again, if I go into wireframe mode or lit wireframe, the subdivisions help with the curvature, but these subdivisions along this way help when I want to make the road turn. So no matter what you're modeling, you got to think about how your topology for the way that you want to manipulate that item in animations, in splines, or in whatever case, if you want like damage on that object, or if you want to vertex paint and mix different textures. Let's say you have a car and that car is supposed to get dirty when you drive through mud. It's basically going to be vertex painted where the mud splashes onto the car. So the better your topology and the more subdivisions you have, the more accurate your vertex painting will be, to where it doesn't look super pixelated. All right, so a whole bunch of random shit to learn when doing video game design, and you think it's also simple, because I was under the impression that you can always just download models, 3D models, and then put them in a game and it'll work. With Unreal Engine, that's very possible, but then you limit your ability to distribute that unoptimized game to devices where, not everybody has a $10,000 or $50,000 computer. But also when it comes to animations and morphing, your items, if you're in a top down, I doubt you're ever going to be close to anything other than maybe, like rooftops. All right, rooftops are probably going to be the things that are be closest to the camera. So your playable characters and everything else you interact with in the environment doesn't have to have high topology, you know, until that character is loaded into like a character creator or something, right? Or you have a camera switcher where it switches down to the guy, or, you know, who knows. But I wish I knew more about modeling and topology. I kind of operate from an architectural background. So I think it's safe to say that I'm close to done with this. I don't think there's really much anything else that I need to do to this. So weird that Google Streetcar decides to like go into some parking lots and not others. Like, why would Google Streetcar drive over here? Like, what are you doing? Parking and eating a sandwich? Such a weird, random parking lot to drive into. But I don't know. Maybe there was a lot. I don't know. Maybe there's all the trees were in the way or something. I don't know. It's weird. I think I'm going to use white brick on this building on the sides, and then black and blue brick on the front. I'm not going to add any purple brick. We're just going to keep it all white. So let's go find some bricks. I want to use this brick. So let's copy that. Brick white. Let's go here in modeling mode, edit materials, and we're going to change our selection, our brush to angle filtered, and face color mode, none. And we're going to add an array element under materials. We're going to change the active material to 1, which is going to be white brick. And then we're going to select the parts of the building that need to be white. I'm going to do the insides of these windows on the side as well. Grab this back wall. And I think that wall was also white. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah, the inside can be done too. That's cool. As long as I don't accidentally do like the floor or the bottom of a window. Or like the top part of the windows and doors. Because I do have a blue brick already, that's what I'm going to use here. Part of this is white, so I could insert an edge loop on that wall, but I don't think that's very necessary at the moment just yet. Let me do all the interior walls white as well. So the cool thing about working in the engine, having it all running in real time, is that I don't have to leave to work on modifying polygroups or UVs. But these meshes that I'm creating, again, architectural meshes, don't require any significantly complex UV mapping. And I don't know much about UV mapping. I sound smart and I look smart. Should I start with Unreal Engine or stay with Unity? Oh, Unity is really good too. And especially if you want to go like, I don't know, the augmented and AR, augmented reality route. I've heard people have a harder time adjusting to Unreal, but have you used either Unity or Unreal yet? See, I'll take your advice and see where I went wrong. It's definitely my fault that I'm working in Unity, not Unreal. You know, and it's, I understand why you say that. But don't beat yourself up over anything like that, because Unreal Engine is a monopoly, kind of. It's just like NVIDIA. Unreal Engine has taken the marketplace for video game. Let me move this. Has taken the marketplace for video game engines and just, how do I explain this? Not really, they've kind of monopolized. And a lot of people have FOMO. Because Unreal Engine has all these wonky, amazing, but extremely unnecessary features that your game might not ever need. And a lot of people, including myself, might feel like those features are necessary for my game to be the best that it can be. But I think the access to all the assets and everything, while they can be very helpful because so many people are making Unreal Engine assets that you can just download and gameplay mechanics, it might also hinder you from making real progress in your game in a way that makes your game unique, because millions of people are going to download those assets and use them in their game. So depending on your level of game development skill and how well you can manipulate blueprints from other creators to turn them into your own game style, Unreal Engine is a great way to go. But there's so many things to consider. You have to do revenue sharing if you make a certain amount of money. The engines are free, but I think that requires a lot of research on your end that I can't really guarantee that any advice I give will be good for you. But Unreal Engine is a great way to quickly iterate on your ideas, get something out to the public, get people excited, and potentially raise funds and build a team. And then later, when you have the money and the team and the interest, you can decide whether you're going to continue with Unreal or go with Unity, depending on what your specific project needs. I can't shit on Unity because there are so many benefits that might be exclusive to the different type of game you're wanting to create. Unreal's 5.6 and 6.0, whenever that comes out, will have a top-down, I think, I could be wrong, I think they're going to have a top-down and an isometric template that you can run off of, but there are benefits to using Unity. What I'm doing here, basically this is like, I'm not vertex painting. I think this is what you're asking about, the coloring. I'm coloring these walls, and with like painting textures, you can call it vertex painting, but I'm using this as a selection tool to determine or to tell the engine which triangles to put a particular material on. So now that I have all these selected, I'll choose assign active material, and it'll give me the material that I want, that I have selected inside of my material panel to my left on my accessory screen. And then, let's see, I want to add another material, a blue brick. So let me grab this one, find that blue brick in my material browser or in my content browser. And then since there's more blue on, I guess y'all can't see it now. I needed to be able to see that chat. Let me move this back. I think I can make my, can I pop out the chat? I don't know if I can pop the chat out. Let me see. Copy this link into your streaming software to display chat as a stream overlay, blah, blah, blah. No, not what I'm looking to do. I'm just going to, man, I wish I could just delete. I think these are advertisement chats coming into Twitch. Let's go to display settings and change my TV display to 150%. That's better. So I can see the whole chat. By the way, you should get Windows Power Tools and Power Toys is what it's called. I'm using Fancy Zones to create all of these custom dock. I don't even know how you would pronounce, what you would call it. When you drag a window, you can hold shift to dock to a custom dock zone. And then that prevents me from ever having to force a picture-in-picture setting where I have a window that stays on top of everything 100% of the time. Let's see. Okay, that's better. So since this one is mostly blue, I'm going to go ahead and just paint this with blue brick. So let's add that brick to another layer, select it in the active material, and assign active material. And I wanted this one to be white and black, which I think I can do if let's accept that for now. If I add, let's go polygroup edit, insert edge loop. And I 100% can do that. So insert an edge loop, and then I'm gonna have to reproject everything once I move this. And then let's go into game mode, and see exactly where that is. Let's accept, turn it off. Oh, that's almost right in the center. It's almost in the center. How? Okay, so it's about right there. So polygroup edit, let's grab it, move it over to there, accept, and then project UVs, auto align, 250, 250, 250, accept, edit materials, turn on game mode, and then the inside of this door needs to have, this is going to be white. So let's clear the selection and then only select here and then assign this to be black. So let's find our black brick. add that as an array, select it in the active material, and assign active material. And then I can select this one. And then assign this to be material number 1. All right, there's not going to be any murals on there, but that's good enough for what I was wanting to accomplish. Although a purple brick would be nice. And I think it's not that big of a deal to create one. So I can add an array, search for this blue brick, right click that material instance and duplicate it. And we're going to rename it to purple. I'm going to add it to index 4, select index 4, and then basically from here to here. Cheap viewers on streamblue.net. Remove the what? Spapis? Whatever the hell that means. Okay, and number 4, assign active material. And then let me go and modify this. Let me go ahead and accept. Control Shift Save so that we don't lose the progress in the event of a crash. And let's adjust the base tint color to something that's a little more aligned with, it's kind of pinkish purple. Oh no, it's a little darker. Let's okay, and then adjust the brightness. Saturation and contrast. We can get it close enough, and it doesn't have to be perfect because what's there right now is a mural that has some purple on it. And we're just going to say that this is close enough to what we need to kind of give it that appropriate context, as you can see here. There's a tree in front of it. That'll help block some of it. But let me go ahead and I guess I could join this to that wall, as well as this now. But I want to go ahead and color and texture it first. So let's edit materials. Let's grab the front of this. Actually, you know what? Cancel. I'm going to grab the wall, grab these two, union, and then edit materials again, and we'll just select this and assign all of this front facing, well, this little piece to be purple, as well as the inside. You're very welcome. And any other questions you have, don't hesitate to ask, because like I said, I don't like to gatekeep, and it took me years to figure this stuff out. And I'm still like I'm not a professional. Half the time I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but I will solve a problem. If I want to figure out how to do something, I look on YouTube at hundreds of videos, and it seems like nobody's doing the things that I'm trying to learn how to do, or nobody's teaching it. So that's why I'm live, so that when someone finds this or my project, they can too then go and build the world that's in their head just by watching me. And I hope that that's, something that can change the course of people's lives. Because video games are the future. Okay, looks like we need to do a projection again. So project UVs, auto align, 250. And then let's rotate it. Whoops. Turn on that 45 snap. And let's make sure it's in the right place. And it is. Accept. Edit materials. I think this one was going to be white. So let's select the rest of the white. Excuse me. Material number 1. Assign active material. We'll just set this one to the pink purple color for now. And we can always go back later and add detail. I think this one's more, these two are more like concrete. I'm going to union those. And then we're just going to grab this texture material. Wait, where was I? Here. Project UVs, auto align, 250 by 250 by 250. Probably should apply the material first and see. Edit material. Accept. Whatever. Looks good. But it looks like it needs to be bigger because I see some repeating happening. So project UVs. So I need to just manually change this. And then I'll stretch one of them. Try to eliminate that repeating pattern for now. Man, that purple's looking a little funny though, I ain't gonna lie. Purple's looking a little sus. Hardly anything we can do about it until we add a mural to it. Control Shift Save. Dunsky. Blue looking a little funny too, but see, do we have another blue that's brighter? We can try it. Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, it looks pretty good. Now to do the roof, what I would do is copy and paste this whole building mesh, move it up, convert it to a new static mesh, and go into polygroup edit. Let me think. First, let's take all these. Well, I really only need something here and here. So let me take all of these and merge them. For some reason, I can't merge this. Does that mean that these lines are separated? Huh, what's happening there? So it looks like I need to delete this line, this edge. And let me delete. How do I want to do this? Let's undo that. Let's delete this. Let's bridge these two edges. Yeah, so that edge and this edge. Let's do a bridge. And then let's fill this hole. And then merge these. I don't know why I'm doing this on this duplicate mesh anyways, but I guess I'm just trying to test my methodology to see if I can do this the correct way. And then I can bridge this, which means I can then merge these. Nope, it doesn't work. But if I delete that and press fill hole, can I merge it now? Yep. So I'm testing my methodology to see if I can fix any weird, I call them like ghost vertices. Sometimes there will be vertices in the model that prevent you from merging two faces because there's a face kind of hidden in there. Like this vertice here, or you can call it a node or whatever. Maybe there's another node right next to it and they're both kind of in the exact same like mathematical space, and it's preventing you from merging two faces together. But I needed those faces merged so that I need these faces merged. And you know that it works because that line, this line would disappear if these two faces could merge. But what I have to do is delete this face and then use this. Let's say we'll bridge these two. And then I should be able to select this and do the fill hole option. Nope, fills the wrong hole. Can't believe it deleted the whole face. So let's undo, 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 undo. I don't know. For some reason, I thought that there was a line right here. There was. Okay, so now, before I merge this with this, let me delete this edge and delete this edge. And then let me bridge these two edges and then fill this hole and then merge this, which means these should now merge. Cool. And then I should be able to merge this. Merge. I don't quite remember why there was separation there. The top doesn't matter right now. But again, this is the duplicated mesh because I'm going to use this solid bottom. It has to be solid. which means all these edges should disappear and the faces should all be connected. Now I'm gonna do an invert selection and then just press delete. Perfect. Now I can press this edge and fill hole, and then press this edge and fill hole, and I'm not going to have any weird issues. Select both of those faces, invert selection, delete faces, and then I can take these and do a push-pull operation. Let's escape that. Something's weird about it. Let's simplify. And let's try that again. Let's decompose. And then merge. And then push pull. What? Selected triangle normals even. Something's weird about it, and I don't know what. Is it because these edges are together? I think that's what it is. So to fix that, all these edges should be separated. This created one solid edge and it's missing a node. So I'll insert an edge here at the corner to some random place. Enter. And then I'll merge these two faces. Oh no, it still gives me the same thing. I don't know why it's doing this. Let's undo. Let me think about this one. There's always some type of problem. Can I delete this? I can't really decompose it. Always some kind of problem. There's supposed to be a node there on that corner. So let's check our modeling tools and see if there is something about corners in here. I thought there was. Okay, so real quick, I'm just going the undo bandwagon. And it's got to be something to do with this mesh right here. So these two are not supposed to be like this. So real quick, what I'll do is insert an edge from there to there. I can't. Why won't it let me? Okay, from here to here then. Nope, it won't let me because this is a solid. All right, so let's go undo again. Let's go back as far as we can. Right there. Now, because these faces are different, this should have given me a different result because those are separated. All right, so now what I'll do instead is I'll delete these internal faces. And then let's try to do a bridge. Nope. It connected it again. All right, so I have a solution, I think. Let's delete that edge. Oh man. Undo, 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 undo. So there is an edge right there, and for some reason it's not letting me do what I need. So let's try something different. Grab this bottom, duplicate it, This is where it all gets really fun, and it still didn't work. It's creating an edge loop right here when it's not supposed to. When all else fails, decomposition is probably going to be the best solution. So let's invert selection. Let's delete all of that. Let's flip this face so that we don't have to look at it from the bottom anymore. And then let's decompose it. Okay. I hate this with a passion, but let's go to face selection only and then just merge these walls individually. And this should help us at the very least. Whoops. Get a solid like floor and ceiling without issues. So let's merge all these individually. And I think it'll make sense once I accomplish what I'm trying to do, what I'm going to do. Okay, so now I can grab an edge here, fill the hole, and these each edge should be separate. There should be no two edges connected. We'll do the same thing here, fill this hole, and these edges should now be separate, like no weird edge loops. Can I select that edge, and they're separate? So now if I grab this and this, if I invert and delete, will it connect those edges is the question. So delete, and it does connect them. So instead of deleting, what I'll do now is a push pull. Oh no, it still messes it up. There's something wrong right here, and I don't know what. Single direction. Let's go single direction. All right, let's try one more time to, let's invert and delete faces and then push pull, and we'll just do single direction. And even though these faces are connected, it's not gonna matter. But if that's a problem later, like that's not something that we can have happening with other assets. Realistically, I should be able to grab an edge and insert it here at the corner. And that's what this is supposed to have done. But I promise you, this looks, let me see if that's even straight. See how it goes down like that? Every face is supposed to be facing like vertically, and it doesn't. So that single direction thing kind of didn't really do the trick as I expected it to. All that being said, it's not heavily necessary to have this extruded. But I'm stubborn. And I like for my problems to be just solved. So, not sure why that's happening. Normal's even. One solution could be to just draw an edge from like here to here, and then delete this and then do a push pull, and it should do exactly what it's supposed to do. And then all I have to do is grab these vertices here, or at least these two, and then I can physically move them into the corner with control, the control key. And that fixes my problem. There are 6 different ways to do everything, and that's one of the ways to do it. Now, why I had that issue, there's no telling. We're doing 3D modeling in Unreal Engine. And we shouldn't be, but it's important to like learn how to solve those issues on the fly so that your models are like sealed, like watertight, sealed watertight. Because when you go into one of these buildings, you don't want to see cracks in the roof, right? So now I can go into polygroup edit and then grab this top and bottom face, go into game mode, and then shift or middle mouse drag, and then control to align that to the rooftop, and then move this down. It looks like it goes to about, it looks like it slants, right? So let's take these vertices and these and move them down. And then let's take these vertices here. This is good enough. I can keep it like that. And then let's take this face and this face, and then middle mouse control to reposition the gizmo, and then move this down. Okay, so it looks like this one kind of slants as well. So now let's take these vertices, these, and these. Move them down just a little bit. Wait a minute. Grab too much shit. My bad. Okay, move them down just a little bit. And then grab the vertices in the back. Then move those down a little bit. And this gives us, let me turn off this view and see what we just did. I don't know if that was a good idea. So maybe for this one, we can kind of keep it a little flat. And then just call it a day. But those slight changes that you would see like in the real world, my condo was downtown and it had a roof that kind of slanted because obviously you don't want water resting there. And where it slanted, it would go down into one of the corners into a hole that was cut in the wall, and that water would fall into a little drain that would then run down to here. But these walls were tall enough for you to walk on the rooftop and like not fall over the edge. But that realism, like that slight adjustment, is gonna add some realism, because if everything's pixel perfect and flat and nicely aligned, you know, especially from your bird's eye view, then it's all gonna look so like it takes away from the realism of it. And I'm going for being able to create photorealistic renders once I bring a road in here and some more street staging, some lots, some grass, some vehicles. Like, I want to be able to take a bird's eye photo and then add, you know, a little bit of grain or something, and for people to not be able to tell that this is a 3D model. All right, since these are closed, like boarded up windows, we're gonna keep the textures off of them. I could add a texture to this. Right now, I don't think it's super necessary, but I do want to add that concrete texture material to this. So let me reproject UVs to 250, or actually this one's probably like 1500. And then edit material. 1500 might be a little bit big. We'll go 500. We'll keep it there since it's technically like supposed to intersect with the ground, which I haven't created yet. And I think that's enough for this building right now. So what I'll do is let's polygroup edit this. I should not have combined merge these faces. I'm going to insert an edge from here to there. Done. And I'm going to grab my we're going to grab this material, or this one. Not sure if they're the same. It could be. And then we'll go here, edit material, we'll put it there, and then we'll choose I don't know that I will be able to adjust these individually. Why it's got all those lines, I don't know. Can I simplify by groups? Let's cancel this real quick. Polygroup edit, simplify by groups, recalculate normals. And let's see if that fixes it. Edit materials. It kind of does. Kind of does. So assign active material. And I guess I could have done both of them like that. Accept, and let's go to project UVs. Wait a minute, escape. Auto align. And I think this is gonna have to be like 150. Probably something even smaller than that. So we'll go 50. Accept, and then for a part of this, I will see if I can transform UVs. Nope, it doesn't. Okay, wait a minute. Polygroup edit. I did have them separated. So let's make this a new polygroup. Where's that option at? That's going to be under UVs. Paint polygroups. So if I transform UVs, can I select that? No. Y'all are about to learn this with me because I don't remember what I did. Paint polygroups. Set group 71. The group that will be assigned to triangles. Hit back faces. Oh, oops. It's not quite what I wanted to do. Accept, I guess. Hell, I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to do. Let's see, miscellaneous attributes, generate polygroups, paint vertex colors, paint MIPS, edit materials, paint polygroups. Normals, generate polygroups. Let's try this. If we generate polygroups, accept, and then maybe I can go back to UVs and transform UVs. No, it doesn't let me. Material mode. No, it doesn't let me do it. All right, something worth figuring out at some point. I think it has something to do with UV seams though. Let's see if we can like draw one. Accept, and then transform UVs. There it is. Now 45-degree angle and boom, boom. Accept. Hey, there it is. We figured it out, even though you'll probably never see it from this angle. So what I had to do was go to paint. No. Generate. Under UVs, I had to go to attributes. On the modeling mode, I had to go to attributes tab, and then I had to go to generate polygroups, and it'll automatically generate those polygroups for me. And then I could add this material. So what I want to do though really quick is let's see if I can add an edge loop under polygroup edit. I can. Let me set it to proportion offset, and let me just zoom in a little bit. Okay, done. And let's take these faces, and let's get a little closer to it so we can make sure we do this right. We'll do a push pull, and let's see if it so it's got to be selected triangle normals. I think, nope. Selected triangle normals even. And I want to barely bring that out. There we go. And then we want to grab all of these from this side, merge them. Decompose this. Probably could have just inserted an edge. Merge those. Merge those. So I can just fix this a little bit, even though nobody's ever going to get this close. You know, that probably was in the right place. Okay. And then merge these. And then we can merge the top. Yeah, it probably was straight. I don't know why it like kind of created that little bend. Maybe it didn't. It just looks that way. All right, let's take this face. Merge it. And then also merge the bottom. Something definitely happened here that wasn't supposed to happen. And I think I must have accidentally selected something. Man, I'd be darned. I'd be darned. Fucked something up again. But we are just we some G's. We some G's. We know how to fix it. So wanted to add a little more detail, albeit unnecessary. What I'm going to do is now limit myself to vertex selection. And you know what? Actually, that kind of isn't necessary. I think I just accidentally decomposed and like somehow hell, I don't know what happened to that, because that's definitely not what it was looking like before. Either way, easy fix is just to inset it again, and let's get it about why does it feel like I can't, like I don't have a lot of control with how thick it is? What happens if we go here? Oh, okay. It just looked weird. But that did what we wanted it to. Let's go back and connect these. This might seem like super unnecessary. But, you know, imagine Treyarch and whoever the more recent developers of the new Call of Duty games are, and they have a team of 100 people working on building models, right? They're all working on one building at the same time. They can do 300 buildings a day, 3 buildings a day per like person, right? 300 people working on buildings. One person's going to do the texturing or something, right? They're sitting there adding these little details to the buildings, or creating procedural assets, like assets that can be procedurally placed, like windows with parameters. Now let's take this and push pull. And it looks as though, what's happening up there? Let's just push it up to here. It's like there's extra geometry in here for no reason. So See if I can delete it. I must have accidentally grabbed something and hit a back face when I went to like grab this geometry to like push it out, and I must have messed something up because I hit a back face and then adjusted this underlying face by accident. But if we go inside of it, we shouldn't see any random geometry in here. Like, it should all be empty. And this face, this is in the wrong place. What the heck? Man, dude. Oh, lordy. It's no wonder. Let's just insert the edge in the right place. Okay. It inserted my edge in a weird place by, I don't know how that happened, but there we go. We're done. Now let's reproject and figure out what the scale of that was. I think it was 100. So project UVs, auto line fit, 100. Okay, maybe it was 50. Accept, and now I can let's go back to polygroup edit. These are the same, these are the same. Let's go back to attributes, generate polygroups, and cancel paint polygroups. I don't know. I guess they're already generated correctly. So now if I edit materials and then do an angle filtered paint, that's exactly what I wanted, but I also wanted this bottom side to have this same material. Super unnecessary, but you know, I want to walk in this area and I want those murals to be up there at some point. So I want a little more detail on any of the buildings that will have murals, because I want this to be like a what do we call it? A point of interest. I don't know why the sunlight is coming through this object. What kind of issues do we got over here? Very strange, but let's apply the material. All right, and then let's see if we can transform UVs. Nope, not the same way. So again, we have to generate polygroups. Paint vertex colors at your attributes, paint polygroups, edit materials. I don't know that the paint polygroups option really works. We don't want to hit back faces, so let's clear. And it should be angle filtered. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work like we expected it to. Brush area mode connected. Okay, so what happens? Freezing, freeze current. I don't know what any of this means. Hold shift to erase, SD to change size, shift Q for new group, shift G to pick group. So shift Q. And what I should have done, oh man, maybe I need to change my brush size. Set it to 0. And this is what I wanted. I wanted it to be like this. So we're just going to unselect everything that we accidentally selected. And I see how we can accidentally run into weird issues here. But that's all I needed was one polygroup there. And then shift Q. And then one polygroup here. Top and bottom. Accept. That's all I wanted, was those two to be their own polygroups. And now if I look at the bottom of this, it has that material. Exactly where I want it. And it has the same over here, but now if I go and transform UVs, what? That should be its own polygroup. Edit UV seams again. Okay, that's why. And let's make sure we do this right this time. Accept. Now I can transform UVs and then do a 45-degree rotation on this. So this is like a stupid thing to spend an hour on, or 30 minutes, or however long it's been. But that whole learning process, figuring out how to do just that, now equips me. I probably should have. It should probably be the same down here too. As my friend would say, fuck me sideways, call me Lucy. So now we know. Now I can add another UV seam. So let's edit UV seams. This is an easy fix now. And we are going to draw from here. If we can. It doesn't look like we can. So what I would have to do is go to polygroup edit, and let's see if we can insert an edge. No wonder. The whole thing is all jacked up. We would have to decompose the whole thing to fix it. And I don't feel like going into that detail right now. But we definitely jacked this up somehow. And the how I would want this, how I would have wanted this to go would be to have this edge connect to this edge and then paint that same material on the bottom. and then have that same level of detail under here, since this is a place that we're going to go to look at murals. We want to have a little more detail right there. But that's a lot of time to consume for something that can wait till a later date. Since we're streaming, this is, you know, the bird's eye view is a little more important. So let's go into Google Earth view and see we have a black rooftop. So I will grab my infamous black pattern rooftop. And then real quick, before I do this, I'm going to go into polygroup edit. Let's see. I'm going to duplicate these two faces. Nope, you know what? Yeah. Let's duplicate these. Adjust my pivot. Let's make sure we're kind of moving this in the correct direction when we move it up. And then vertice by vertice, I'm going to make all these edges align with this corner vertice. So first I'll just grab this one. Let's set it to only vertice selection filter. And I don't know that this is going to, you know what? Let's cancel. I've got a better way to do this. And it's going to be a quicker way. I love my boxes. So we'll grab a box. Accept. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, so what I can do here is polygroup edit, insert one edge loop. Kind of doesn't matter where. Just put it on there. Okay, enter. Let's grab everything and move it up. All right, and then let's see if I can delete some faces. Delete those faces. And now I can grab by the vertices, which this should be flat, but it's not. How strange that Unreal Engine will choose now to like be weird. And then I'll just move these into position. Vertice by vertice. You know, honestly, well, shit. I have a different way that I can handle this. And we can take everything and go underneath the level. And then let's just take these vertices and can we grab by and we're just going to align these vertices right to the edge. So let's go here, there. There and there. Let's go here, there. I think I might have picked the wrong one. So this one actually needs to go there and there. I think. We could be wrong. We're about to find out if we fucked up. Which we probably did. I don't know, for some reason, this thing has created some strange... Okay, that's right. If I go to line selection, I can just delete this line, and then we can go by vertices and then reposition them. Okay, so we were doing the right thing. I just forgot there was a line there. This is the first time that Unreal Engine has decided to make all of my, what the heck? All right, maybe we need the line. To make all of my gizmos oriented in the wrong direction. In these weird directions. So it might not like make sense what I'm doing in the stream right now. And this was probably one of the worst ways to showcase that there are 6 different ways to accomplish everything. Did I forget an edge? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I did. Nope, there's one. Yeah, okay, so this makes sense. Let me just move this down. To here. And then rotate it. And then move it into place. Okay, so everything makes sense now. Everything makes sense now. Which makes me wonder, can I merge these faces and then make adjustments to my edges? I probably can't. So the better way to do this, let's cancel that. And let's just move that. Let's just polygroup edit this box. The better way to have done this would be to just go like this. And then do an extrude. And then do a push-pull. And just use the inside of those walls. And then go here and merge. And then invert selection. And delete everything. And now do a push-pull from here. We want just like a tiny, so like that. And then grab this floor, and then just move the whole thing down. And then go inside, and then align this to the bottom of the door. And that gives us our floor and the correct like footprint on the inside. Therefore, that way, whatever I'm trying to say. If I were to open this door, I can walk into the building at the floor level. So I was trying to create a flat plane, and I forgot that I had tilted my rooftop. I was going to use the rooftop to duplicate it and create that plane, but that wasn't going to work out very well. It would have taken me 30 more minutes to do something that could take me 2. And this is why I have the box as one of my favorite items inside of modeling mode under my favorites. All right, so that's pretty good. I'll take it. I'm sure there's some foundation change on the interior here, but that doesn't matter. We just want that floor there as part of the building. Now I need to go to all of the items that I've created inside of my outliner, and then make sure that none of them are spatially loaded. And we need to figure out exactly what the address is for this building again. 620 Union. So I go into buildings folder, and then I should have a 620 Union folder that all of these can go into. That way, if I turn the whole folder off, everything should disappear. And Control-Shift-Save. Then escape. And now we can go get our rooftop texture. And edit materials. Let's use this. Accept. Edit materials. Select all. Assign active. And then edit materials again and delete all the materials that we don't need. And then we'll do a project UVs, auto align. I think this one's 500. Kind of adjust it a little bit. And then let's go to the transform UVs, and let's adjust this one individually. For some reason, there's a little bit of snap on it. So I wonder if I can just hold down Control and get a little more precision. Let's go with this. Accept. And what in the world? Edit UV scenes. Whoops. Oh, I know what to do. What? How was that? Edit materials. Select all. Assign active. Okay. What? All right, so here's what we do. Edit materials, we need to add like 5 or 6, and then just put the same material in each one of them. Except, why is it doing that? Oh, okay, here we go. Then delete them from here. And then edit materials and delete, select all, assign active, accept, and now edit materials and delete all the extra slots. Accept. Sometimes Unreal Engine doesn't know that when you delete materials out of the primary asset from the static mesh, that the materials that were applied in the details panel need to also be deleted. And then Control Shift Save. And let's grab one more material. It's going to be the plaster material. And we'll put that on the roof, on the edge of the roof. So edit material. Let's, can I just say plaster? Can I just put it there? I can. Okay, and accept. Great. Now, boom. The more that I do this, like the more exciting this becomes. Because 2-3 buildings down, maybe now you guys can see why I wanted to add that detail there. A couple of things that I would add to the top of this to kind of finish it off. But now spatially, everything feels accurate. And even if I were to hide the cesium tile set, the collision would still be there, so she wouldn't walk straight up to the door on the concrete. She'd still be on top of the cesium tile set. Even though it's hidden. But I guess I can go ahead and take this material, which I think is at 500, and we're going to use it on these planters. I'm going to go ahead and make this a union now, because there's no need to modify them individually. And then we're going to edit the pivot. And now edit materials. Actually, let's escape. Let's polygroup edit, select all, simplify by groups. Nope. Escape. Polygroup edit. Can I simplify? What happens if I just, is simplify an option? Simplify. Accept. Edit materials. Nope, that kind of didn't work out as I expected. Let's try something else really quick. Go into mesh. Let's see what simplify does. Nope. Nope, not what we're going for. Remove hidden triangles, maybe? Let's try that and see what happens. And then triangle edit. Nope. Trying to figure out which tools work best. Okay. Overlapping edges. accept, then triangle edit. Nope, same thing. Let's see. Remesh. Target triangle count, smoothing type, uniform, shape preserving, mixed. Nope, definitely not trying to do that either. So I guess, you know, the last resort, these are all simple polygroups, but I can't. Let's see, if I grab this, can I simplify by group there? Nope. Really what I'm trying to avoid is when I go into edit material mode, I'm trying to avoid having to select all these individual triangles, which each face should only have 2 triangles like this, 1 and 2. But because of how I modified this mesh earlier, it generated extra triangles unnecessarily. And I'm not exactly sure which tool I'm supposed to use yet, because I don't have to do this often to fix that triangulation without breaking the mesh. But what I'm going to do though is I'm going to add an array, and then we're going to assign this material to that array. I'm going to grab that material and add it, and now I can go and project the UVs. I think it's 500. Maybe it's more like 250 or 100. I don't know. It's very weird that it's very weird that it's doing it like that. See, proportional, scale, translation, auto fit, material mode, original. I don't know, but we'll go 150, 150. 150. And rotate it like so. And that's going to give me just like enough of some detail. Like, I'm satisfied with this. Maybe I can just move it up a hair. And that's very useful. One thing I am going to try though really quick is I'm going to add a box to the level, probably here, and then I'm just going to stretch it really far, and I'm going to see if I can do a Boolean, but have it be an intersection. I'm going to see if that can fix some of my UVs, or not my UVs, my polygroups and my missing edges for that one model, that awning. So let's use the white material on this. And then let's select them both. And we're just going to test this out real quick. And we'll do an Boolean intersection. And I just want to see if my edges will be regenerated if I do this. Nope, it maintains that polygroup. So let's undo. Let's delete this, and then let's just polygroup edit and decompose this whole thing. And even though it's going to be a little bit of a bitch, I can simply take these faces and join them. And then maybe it'll be possible for me to insert that edge and then add the material that I've wanted to have on here, just so that, you know, for my own satisfaction, if I wasn't streaming, I would figure this out and I would do this anyway. But having these issues and then fixing these issues is how I learn later how to avoid them, I guess. You know, it's like, had I done it this way, this wouldn't be an issue. Had I done it that way, this wouldn't be an issue. So let's merge that, and then let's go ahead and do the same thing on these. Somehow I made that all one poly group, and that is not what I wanted it to be. I did not want it to be one big poly group, because eventually I would like to go back and add even more detail to this. But since we made the mistake on stream, we're going to fix the mistake on stream. And as boring as I don't want the stream to be, I also don't want it to be unproductive and like lack some critical education. This is all part of the process. But this is also extremely important to me, whereas other people might not care. It's not like this is a gun that's going to be in somebody's hand that you're going to see the entire game. But it's not really about that. It's more about the experience of using Unreal Engine's modeling tools and then figuring out what limitations it does have, and then learning how to avoid potential issues as you use these tools. All of which that, you know, very much excites me, being able to make these mistakes, but having the understanding of what I'm trying to accomplish to fix them. These triangles will still technically exist. Let's go and let's accept that, turn this building off, Control Shift save. And then let's polygroup edit this again, but let's hit these back faces now. Ah, I see. I see where we got a little bit of a problem. Let's decompose this and then only connect these faces now. So we must have hit a back face at some point, or we didn't notice because our wall was there that this top face was somehow connected to part of this back face, and when we made modifications earlier, it pushed our ceiling in Like, it really jacked some stuff up. And if I didn't turn that wall off, I would have never looked back here to find that one of our rear faces triangles was connected to a top triangle. And that's important stuff to know. And there we go. We fixed the model. And now I can go and let's draw an edge. Let's see if we can, let's insert an edge from here to here. Okay. Accept that. Now I can go into UVs, edit UV scenes, and I should be able to draw straight into this corner to create a new seam. Accept. And then I can now go to edit materials, and even though all those triangles still exist under the hood, I can now have a more accurate selection here. Man, I love music like this. Okay, let's go around the entire edge. Okay, and then I will apply this material, assign active, and now if I go into UVs and transform UVs, I can now select this polygroup and do this and accept. And that's really what I was wanting to accomplish the whole time. So that being said, this is enough detail for now for me to consider this building finished and to walk away. Wait a minute now. That doesn't go in that folder. It's in this folder. And now we can technically consider that one donezo. Now, photogrammetry back on. We got another building back behind it. Probably, this one's going to be a little bit of a crazy building. Crazy build. But we're getting close to where we want to be. All this is looking a little crazy back there. But this looks like a fun one. This one's a whole, like, I think maybe like a shopping center. Let me lock my chair because it's making a lot of noise. But it'd probably be easy for me to go and get the wall. So the footprint, the wall height, the ceilings and floors, I can knock out first. And then get those ceilings painted. And just kind of have those sitting in the background. But, you know, we got two more buildings to do on this lot. Well, actually, probably a little more. So let me turn on cesium. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings to do on this lot, which we can knock out. 1, I'll consider that 1, 2, 3, 4 buildings to do on this lot. Technically this building needs to be finished, but 1, 2, 3 buildings to do on this lot. Maybe 4. I can't tell what's right there. And then a few more like footprints back here. Yeah, but now that we've kind of figured out some of the tools, I have to figure out the tools, because eventually what I think I want to do is I want to take all these and scale it down so that I can have a smaller version of this that I can then like 3D print or something. I need to go modify these to make them black. So I'm going to do something real quick. Edit these materials. Let's see what's happening in here. Ceiling plaster, black. Actually, I want that to be metal. So let's grab this material. Let's make modifications to this. So edit materials. This can be a simple and quick change. And then we'll do add an element, so set it to active, assign, and then apply it, accept. Do the same thing to this, edit materials, add an array, and then go around the whole model. Definitely like how that turned out. Let's go here, edit material. This should be number 1, and this needs to be tiny. And let's check for any inconsistencies here. Here's one. There's one. There's one.
Okay, great. Looking for some little inconsistencies in the materials. Fixing those inconsistencies. I could even go in and add details to this, but I don't think that's too necessary yet. That almost looks like a church. Reminds me of old church I used to go to. New Sardis, Missionary Baptist. I thought this was super cool. I do need to go and add the signage there, but not something I'm going to focus on right now. I've been getting a few YouTube subscribers lately, and I'm super excited about that. Thankful as well. Let me find... Where's that phone at? I need to go find it real quick. Of course they have. Oh, man. The way that people seek attention on the internet is crazy. Crazy. Crazy work. I don't know about y'all, but I like chew my apples, and then I don't eat the skin. Now I want to see if there are a couple more buildings that I do want to add, but we are going to gray boxing. What's happening in the gray boxing world right now? I deleted all my gray boxing. I want to go back and see about modifying this. See if I can get these roads in this joint.
Drawing these roads out takes a lot of processing power because these are extremely high poly. Let's turn cesium off for a second. Probably use some more oh, wait a minute. Let me just turn this off before I get too crazy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's pull that up just enough. Oh man, I love it. I love it. It's not so much procedural as it is just gorgeous. It's gorgeous. Because then I can just take this and just get it in there. And even though, yeah, we're probably gonna have to put another road mesh over here. And we're not exactly sure where that's gonna go. But this road feels a little better than it looks. And I can't exactly... what I really want to do, which I'm probably not going to do right now, is when I bring my vehicle mechanics in, and drive on these roads. So if I turn off game mode, I can at least see what the quality of these curves are and how they need to be adjusted based on my road height. Feels like it needs to go over to the left a little bit. And that'll help kind of center the height of the road just enough to where the road, both sides of the road, meet the bottom of the curb at the same time. So I'll make these micro adjustments. And then when I'm ready to, all I really have to do is turn the road off and then see about adding some extras like spline points. Alternatively, I can take the road mesh that I'm using for this spline. Let's find it real quick. search for it, bring it into the level. Let's just put it like right here. And then what I'll do is I'll copy, no, I can just convert it. So let's convert this mesh. And then let's go to, I don't want to subdivide, but I do want to simplify. So let's go simplify. I don't think that does exactly what we were expecting it to. So simplifier type, normal aware maybe. UE standard. And the goal is to kind of get as close to the original as possible. Let's see, UE standard, existing positions. Minimal shape preserving. Nope. Minimal polygroup preserving. Let's see how this works. Nah. OEM. This might be the best option. Yeah, if we set it to 1, that gives me the curve, but that means this curvature might be a little more jagged once we do this. So here's what we do. We're gonna accept this. What is this? Large road, static mesh, 9, blah, blah, blah. Large road simplified is what we're going to call this. We're going to accept that, and then we're going to rename it large road. Ah. Okay. Large road simplified, and we're going to temporarily replace our road mesh with the simplified version. Let's undo that real quick so you can see the difference. If I go to lit and lit wireframe, you see how this has very few triangles, but this one has a whole bunch of them, which is what we want in the end, what I want in the end. So I'm going to replace this with this. I'm going to save that and then delete this one. I could do the same thing for the sidewalk also. So temporarily, I'm going to grab this sidewalk curb. You know what? I don't really need to modify that right now, so I'm going to keep it as is. And then when we work on our intersections, that can help kind of preserve the flatness of the street at these intersections, and I'll show you how I would accomplish that. Actually, I'll do it right now. I think this is a great idea of something I can do real quick. Let's go back to lit. And let's see how manipulating this is going to be now that we have a different asset. Oh, so much faster. Well, would you look at that? So much faster. So much easier to manipulate. Much more optimal. So essentially what I would like to create and I'm not exactly sure how this would translate. But I think I would need my other roads to exist before I can accomplish this. What I want to do. So let's just try to focus on getting a decent curvature here. Let's bring this up a little bit and then change the curvature. Let's see that we can kind of get it in the right place. And then if we have to, we just move it over a little bit. So the road itself does not necessarily need to be centered. It's the decals that will tell us exactly where the road geometry is. Or not the road geometry, but the lanes of the road. And I think we can... I'm afraid to add any additional nodes in here, and I could have thought of that, but I think an easy thing to do would be to just adjust my sidewalks. Are these disconnected or what? It's possible that they are. I think I might have forgotten to combine these. Is this a closed loop? Let's find out. Spline. Close spline. I don't think it is a closed loop. I think it wasn't a closed loop for a reason, but I'm not remembering what that reason was. So maybe it's possible for me to go in here and let's select this spline point. and then go back one. Can I delete it? I can. And then set this whole spline to be closed here. Okay then, there's that. So let's select this single curb. Let's bring it out here. Let's convert it. And then let's see if we can remember what we did to simplify it. Let's go to mesh and simplify. And let's try. How much detail are we losing when we do this? Not too much. And this one is, let's just say accept. And let's copy and paste it, but then let's use the single curb on there. And it doesn't have that much of a difference. So if I move these two, it's not that different. And I go into lit wireframe, you'll see that this one only has a few triangles compared to this one, right? So what I'll do is I'll take that single curb, I'll change it to simplified. And then we'll take this spline and we'll paste it there. And that's going to give me a more simple curb that I can manipulate until I'm ready to use the higher poly version. And I can go back and add the higher poly version later. And this is going to help with performance. I think this one's a small curve, so I'm not going to mess with that yet. But all my big curves, I will replace with the simplified curve. That way, this is typically what you would do in a level design. Is normally you would use what would you call it? Normally you would use I forget what it's called. It'll come to me in just a minute. Basically, they are meshes that you intend to replace later. And I'm pretty sure that V-Ray like has a proxy meshes. V-Ray has a name for them, and they're called proxy meshes. Okay, so now let's turn this back to lit. And my performance is going to be much better. It's going to be a lot easier for me to create these roads. And that's really what I want to do right now is I want to create
a road here to there, and then one here, and maybe surround these lots. The reason I can't put my lots in here is because there's a lot of uneven terrains. One of the more important ones that I would like to work on is this lot. I mean, it's a big lot, but it goes all the way around here. But this is just one part of the map. It's like once I get all these buildings in here and then this park, I think it's going to be a pretty cool display. This whole process is really helping me prepare for how I want to redo and complete Mud Island and Riverside Drive. Oh, it's a lot, but it is rather exciting. Let's turn this on and remove the spatially loaded tag. Let's go into my materials really quick and search for grass. Artificial grass, bunch of random types of grass. Let's delete this, go into modeling and edit materials, and then accept, and then we'll go, we don't like this material. We do not like that material. But first, let's project UVs. Set it as a plane auto align fit, and let's go 250, and let's see how that looks. Okay, let's accept that for now, and let's try a few different materials. Ground. Could deal with that. And we'll add some detail to it a little bit later. I think this one should also be the same. What do we do? 250. So edit material. Let's put that there. Accept. Oh man, it already looks pretty damn good. Let's do the same thing for this. And that really starts to like bring everything together. So we can copy this material. I really want to rename it. Which I'm about to do. And then project UVs, set it to box, auto line. adjust it a little bit, make it look a little weird. Nothing special, but definitely helps kind of bring the rest of this building into context a little bit. And then when we add some foliage, that's really going to help. I want to get rid of this material on here. It's possible that it's the same, so let's just take the world grid material and apply it to this on purpose. Looks like we got a little bit of an issue that we must have forgotten about. We can deal with that later when we come back to this building. But from this position, once I start putting that grass and the concrete on the ground, we'll start to get the context that really matters to us. So, uh-oh, I have an issue here. And the quickest way to like fix this, I've just learned today, is to avoid trying to center the spline on the road, but instead have the spline centered based on the height of your sidewalks. And instead of adjusting the sidewalk to meet the road, since the sidewalks are exactly where we want them to be, I'm going to move my road left and right to make sure that curvature kind of meets the sidewalk at the appropriate place. All right, so like here, road's too high. Technically, all I really need to do is add a node about here, and then we can bring the road down. And that is going to feel a little more appropriate. That gives us a little more to work with. Creates a little more accuracy. We will worry about some of the more significant details a bit later. But now that we have an understanding for how this road will be designed, when we start new meshes, it should be very easy for us to, one by one, modify these spline points to kind of meet those needs of the road, the change in topography. I think that's the right word, topography.
So I'm kind of jumping around to different areas to kind of get an understanding of how I would like to proceed. But I think at this point, something I can do now that I have an understanding of how this all should work is turn cesium on. Let's turn the static meshes off. We don't need to see them. And one thing we can start to do is kind of figure out like where all of our grass and stuff is going to be. So if I go into modeling mode, create, draw spline, we're going to do a tangent drag or click auto tangent or free draw. I think tangent drag is what I'm looking for. Basically, I'm going to draw 1 point here, 1 point here, 1 point here, and so on. And then loop. And let's assume that this is going to kind of be, I don't know, maybe this is going to be flat. I don't really know what's even right there. So before I continue, let's go street view. And there's a door. There is a door, and all of that looks fairly flat here. So I'll grab this. Whoops. Let's accept. I don't know that we can. Let's go to. I can't triangle edit, but what I can do. I can transform the whole thing, but let's just for now focus on getting this under the wall. On both sides. Okay. And then, before I go any further, I'm going to find one of my doors. It's going to be this door. Just copy, paste it, and bring it into the correct folder. It's going to be in 920 Madison. So let's move that door into 920 and then reposition it here. And I promise you, like, this whole thing is way small, way, I don't know. I think it's possible that this building is taller than it's supposed to be. And it absolutely is, because and you know what? No, it's not. What's happening here is my grass is supposed to go up some. So let's just assume
that this is supposed to be like right here. And this path actually goes upwards, up a hill. So I'm gonna grab this and this. I'm gonna move it up like so. And then I'm gonna move it this way. A little precision. Now let's take all of these nodes, points, whatever you would like to call them, and let's move them up. Let's move it over this way a little bit. And let's see if we can get it right at the bottom of this door. That's good enough right there. And that's where our grass is gonna sit. It looks weird. It might be weird. It's possible that something is a little bit off. I genuinely think something is a little bit off. So let me think of how I could remedy this. Because if I were to go over here, this would be pretty close to the ground. And all of this would ultimately be in the correct place. It's just that, excuse me, why does truck gotta be in the way? I don't know. Maybe it's something that we don't make a big deal about. There's no way that door is that tall. And I gotta remember that our photogrammetry kind of stretches, and it put everything in a slightly weird place. So that being said, I think I am going to just kind of decide to make this go up like this, because I do want this door positioned here. So let me grab a box, put it there, accept it, rotate it like so. I want to say, is red forward facing or is it green? I think green is forward facing. Not sure, but let's take this rotation and apply it to the door. So red is forward facing. Let's right click, transform, mirror X, and then redo that rotation. And then do a 45 or you know, in other words, a 90. Nope. Actually, no, this was the right place. Excuse me. All right. All things considered, this is turning out really well. I want to get this to kind of intersect with the bottom of the door. And then bring it into the wall. Then get it to intersect with the wall. Or get it right at the edge of the wall. And do the same thing here. Although this isn't super necessary. It's gonna feel good when it's in the right place. So I could put a box here, enter, transform, move the transform node here and down, and then position it. Can I position it on the spline point or no? Does not look like attaching it to a spline is an option, but at the least I can at least do this. That way, when I modify this spline point, I can see exactly where I need it to be and how high I need it to be. And then I can do the same thing here. All I have to do is move this into the wall, let's say to there. Then we'll grab this. And now I have a basis for where I need to place this. And that gives me a straight line there. Let's move this back into place where I had it. And then adjust these. And this, at the very least, gives me a pretty solid placement. And I don't know if I can, you know, I can delete this now, but quite frankly, I think using the photogrammetry as a reference kind of messed up the placement of a couple of things, and That's okay. We're gonna assume that the grass kind of goes upwards here, kind of goes up a little hill, and we're gonna just make it do that. But with this, I should now be able to create a, using this spline, a mesh spline, and then accept. All right, very cool tool. Very cool tool. Now I'm gonna grab a box again. I probably got hella boxes that need to be deleted out of my content browser, but you know, it's worth it. Let's go ahead and save all of this. Move this to that edge, that edge, and this edge. Makes me want to listen to Jagged Edge. And then let's grab our outer face back here and then just move it into the wall. And accept. Let's adjust the UVs to 500. I'm sorry, 250. It's probably like more like 1,000 or something, but that's okay. It is what it is. And then let's take this material and paste it on here so that when we do our Boolean, let's do A minus B. I can now move my door into place. And then we got some like bushes and stuff, but I can now take, I can draw a spline. So I'm going to draw it on each one of these little sections of sidewalk. I think this is how I want to do this, but I could, there's probably a better way. So let's cancel. Nah, let's just go ahead and like just test this idea that I have to keep this very simple. And then let's just kind of like bring it up. And then let's close it. And let's see what gets generated from that. Except I can now just take this and kind of bring it down a little bit. And then let me pull it into the wall. Yeah. Bring this down just a hair. honestly, let me bring it back up, actually. I can kind of decide on that a little bit later. But what I'm going to try to do is create a spline mesh and then see how, let's see, do not flatten, error tolerance. And I think because I used only a few spline points, this didn't turn out how I wanted it to. So let's cancel, undo. And the other way would be to draw a spline, but use free draw. And this is a little more dangerous, but I think it gives us a little more of what we're probably going to look for. We need to turn this down. And then from here, I want to kind of draw along the edge of this. And then from here, I also want to go up. Let's undo that. And we're going to try to just meet up in an angle. And then close it. And let's accept that. And let's see what the difference is in the detail. So error tolerance. Hell, can I talk? Let's go 0, 1, 4. I don't know how high you can go with this, but I don't know if higher is better or, yeah, it looks like higher is better. So if I just put it on 10, that'll probably give me as much as it can. With this, that's probably the best that this can do. But you can manipulate these curves in real time. And of course I can go and stretch this out later, but I don't know. Contemplating on, so what I'll do is I'll accept this. Let's scale it just by like a hair. And then kind of move it a little bit. And move it down just a little. And then what I can do is I can use these other meshes to create a Boolean to cut it.
But normally what I would do is I would then go into mesh and then remesh and accept the remesh. And then I don't think subdivide can do any good. So if I loop and subdivide with a loop, yeah, I don't think subdivision makes a lot of sense with this just yet, but I can go into the deform in dynamic sculpt. And then you can pull this like left and right to kind of lift it, or up or down to lift it up in different places. I can make the sculpt a lot smaller also. And then at some point I'm going to let's just make it, how do we S and D to change size, so S. Let me save that for now, and then let me go to triangle edit. So it's really interesting how this whole thing can really be manipulated. There's so many ways that you can like modify. Yeah, no idea like how these triangles are all connected, but let's cancel. I want to cancel that and just stretch it, reposition it just a little bit, and then I can go into dynamic sculpt again, and like really what I'm focusing on, you know, I can go in here and easily smooth this with a similar tool. This is all going to be like grass, and you want it to kind of look like a little hill. So let's try to see what the smoothing tool would look like. Hold shift to smooth, control to invert, S and D to change size, plus shift to small step, W and E changes strength. Right, so S and D to change size, and W and E to change strength. So let's go low strength real quick.
That's much more smooth looking from the side. And I think it kind of uses, I don't know what it uses exactly, but like it uses the difference between all the sections that you're touching, and it finds a middle ground. Instead of flattening it, it smooths it based on like what's around the outer edges. It tries to find the median, I guess. And I think for the most part, like that's a really good start. All I have to do now is just, let's go back to dynamic sculpt. So we just did smooth. Now I want to, is it grab? I don't know what does what yet, but I'm learning. So it's not grab. Grab brush that may generate cusps, fall off, alters the influence of the grab. Let's see what's, I don't think it's sculpt either. No. Pinch. Okay. Nope. That's definitely not it. So what I was wanting to see is if I could grab it. So maybe it is one of these grabs. There's a lot of different ways that you can do this, and I'm just using this as an opportunity to kind of learn. Move vertices towards a fixed plane in world space position with a 3D gizmo. Resample, flatten, twist, pinch, scale. Inflate or pinch rapidly from the center of the brush. So let's see what this does. I don't understand this one. Shift to smooth, control to invert. And change strength. So scale, inflate, sculpt max. Displaces vertices along the average surface normal to a maximum height towards the camera viewport. Smooth, grab. Grab brush that may generate cusps. Grab brush fall off alters the influence. So with the high fall off, what happens? And how do you change the size? SD again. So I wonder, the last thing I want to do is like create a heel. So this helps me understand. Let's accept this for now, and then let's go to, can I offset? How would that work? You know what? Lattice might work. To do kind of what we're wanting to accomplish. So like really don't mind this stream right now. It's not meant to be extremely productive per se at the moment, but I'm definitely using this as an opportunity to learn what these tools do and what I can actually get away with. And I'm looking for something that feels a little bit natural, right? So I can smooth this. Let's go to dynamic sculpt and smooth. And then sculpt. Or is it move? I don't remember. I think it's sculpt. SD. Really interesting. I don't know how I feel about how this tool works, but I think the more that I dig into it and the more that I learn about it, the easier that it's going to become to reproduce everything I'm doing. And this is a roundabout way of just like making a somewhat natural looking grass patch. And I think the mistake that I made is that I didn't draw the spline big enough to where I had some extra space to work with. And that's something that I can fix later. That's something that I can do like next time, right? But let's assume that this is what we wanted. and then I go into game mode. I hide cesium, and then I use this material, this grass material here. You can see how it's not really a flat plane, but it's also not a landscape. And it's not the same type of grass either, but you know, if I could find an easier way to build this as a hill, but then have it be flush with the sidewalk, like, let me move it up a little bit. Technically, all I would have to do to fix this let's put it right there, is draw a spline and then create an extruded mesh and then just cut the grass with the Boolean operation. But from a distance, you know, and walking past it, if this was exactly where I needed to be, that helps pull this together. And then these corners, like, let me do this real quick. What I would do is I would take this polygroup edit, grab the face, flip it, and push pull, and then we'll use single direction. And I will say we don't need this to be super deep, but let's just make it deep enough to where it won't matter. And then let's go and recalculate normals, accept, and then let's just give it this texture for now, this material. We can change it later. And then let's say if our grass material was where it's supposed to be, all I have to do is go and kind of stage this with some, you know, I could draw another spline here to then create my garden or flower bed using the base of this kind of as a reference. So what I would do is I'll go to Fab. Let's go to Materials and Textures, and then we'll say Mulch. And let's see, forest mulch, soil mulch. Let's look at this and see what it looks like. And let's just add the medium quality version of this to the project. So essentially, and we're just gonna test this, create, draw spline, and we'll say free draw. And this doesn't have to be pretty, but it also doesn't have to be ugly. And right now I'm just gonna like estimate. We're not gonna make it look perfect.
Okay, close that loop, accept. And then essentially I could just create a mesh spline. Flip it. I actually want to give it thickness. And that's what I should have done with the grass. But we're just going to use this as an example, give it some thickness. Move it over here. Right, and then just, that mulch is looking a little bit funny. And then we could fix it later, but you know, if it's something that's going to be in the background, and if our ground was at the appropriate angle, all we have to do is go in there and then sculpt it, and then Boolean operation, and then just add foliage to the ground to hide any imperfections, and then add some plants in there, right? But we're gonna undo all of that, and I'm actually gonna delete this. I'm gonna delete this spline and this spline. But I just wanted to kind of test that to see what that process might look like, and if I liked it or not. And I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that process, but that is how I created this and this. So it's easier if it's a little more flat, but that's a good way to prevent myself from having to go and build landscapes, although landscapes would definitely be the way to mitigate the challenge of creating these weird lots. Allie, what do you mean? What do you mean, Alley Cat? What kind of design? Like, what is this for? Is that what you're asking? Like, why am I doing this? This is downtown Memphis. Kind of, you know, I'm doing like architectural visualization, but also making a video game. And it's also going to double as a digital twin for city planning. But this is block out. This is more gray boxing. So it's a little bit of both. I'm doing a lot of gray boxing, and I'm doing high detail gray boxing instead of just using big boxes. And what I was just doing, I think when you joined the stream, it was not something that was like a final method of something I wanted to keep. I was just playing with the tools to see how they worked without using a landscape. But this is block out, and some of these will be in the final product. Like, most of this was the result of doing some gray boxing and then adding some fine details. This is still a mix of both. So blocking out the windows before I add significant detail so that I can get a whole district, the medical district. And then I'll go in there and add some fine details on some of the important buildings. But yeah, raw geometry, no serious interior, a few textures to bring it all into context. I will leave some buildings kind of bare. I'm doing a lot of Boolean operations to just place walls, windows, and doors. And the materials are simple. And then in some cases, for the important buildings, I will add some meshes to depict branding. And this is all from Cesium. Technically, I'm using Google Street View as a reference for details. So for this, for example, as you can see, it's looks like that. And that's what I ended on for now. Later, once I get the whole city where I want it to be, I'll then come back and focus on, you know, the buildings might look a little bit like this at the demo phase once I start providing access to the project so people can come in here and test things with me. But I'll start adding fine details to the businesses that pay for their naming rights to be in the game. And that will happen at a much later date. Thanks for watching and asking. So I really want to bring those car mechanics in here and drive around. What time is it? Got a meeting in 3 hours, so let's see how much fun I can have till then. I don't know how I keep getting a wedgie sitting down. You know what? I'm actually going to turn off I don't think that's going to make that much of a difference because I want to keep it there. So let's turn this. Let's not worry about it. Thinking out loud. I was going to turn off this, what looks like snow right now. I was going to turn that off, and it's not snow. It's actually supposed to be some real geometry. I mean, some real imagery. But I'm testing things for scale. And then I'll go back and add the correct textures and everything later. Got low poly curbs now in place of the high poly curbs, and I think that helps with performance of the spline tool when placing the curbs, and I'll try to use that moving forward. But other than getting these roads exactly where I want them, I think figuring out how to best create the lots is going to be my biggest challenge. Because I think I've pretty much got like the building design down packed. And I can spend about another week on buildings and be done with them. So view number 1, static meshes. Turn off game mode.
So let's say all these triangulations were not hidden in the game. Camera mesh? Why is a camera mesh hidden? Camera mesh? Confused at why. Oh, that's right. Okay. So if I turn off cesium, what is that going to look like? What if I turn on the static roads? And let's set the static geometry to also not be hidden for now. We are going to have to regenerate, so... Oh. Some things are missing. And that's why. For now, I'm just going to pull that all under. This is going to be super helpful once I finish it. I think that adds a lot of significant detail. So that's probably a good thing to start to continue creating. Let's turn on. What do you mean by that? Let's apologize. Like, no, I didn't. So I have cesium here, and I have cesium's. I mean, I built over top of cesium. I use cesium as a reference, and I have a cartographic polygon that isolates an area where I don't want the 3D tile set to load, and then that same polygon is isolating an area where I only want the imagery to load, so that I can continue to use that as a reference, so that this medical district doesn't look empty as I work on it in context, so I can kind of see what I'm doing, but also so the buildings, I can hide certain buildings. But I do have some static geometry from Google Earth that's not cesium, that has a little bit of a higher resolution in the imagery, because Google limits the resolution that comes through cesium. But I'm using that to basically build out all of this geometry that you see here, and to kind of determine the footprint and orientation of walls and the height of ceilings and whatnot, rooftops, I mean. But I did bring a lot of geometry, and it's like 100 gigs worth of cesium 3D tile sets that I do have in this project and another. But I've separated projects too, so I know you're not asking for all these answers, but maybe it'll give you some more context. I have like 5 different projects. One for the medical district, one for the entertainment and his art, the arts, entertainment and historic district, which is Bill Street, South Main. One for Riverside Drive and Mud Island Park, which is like kind of the island area. And one for another district that I haven't started yet. And they're all in separate projects because I've been trying to figure out like my method for approaching redoing the entire environment. And as I work through the medical district, I've found ways to make this so much quicker, so much more efficient, and to give me the quality that I'm kind of looking for. Whereas, you know, there's a lot of details still missing, like window trim and other small details. But the approach I took previously was to bring in Cesium's Cesium OSM buildings, and there were a lot of issues with those buildings, which I was going to try to use to just modify them, but most of them weren't accurately placed. But all I'm doing with Cesium is just referencing it. And then I'm slowly bringing details that kind of matter, so that when you take a look at this from a distance with Cesium in the background, that context kind of helps. I don't know, add a little bit of realism. In one project, I used one different type of road plugin, for example. In this project, I use a different road plugin. And it's like I'm trying to figure out what tools are best for this process so that I don't have to go from program to program. Because I went from Blender to 3ds Max to SketchUp for different things. And none of it made it easy for me to bring it all together. And I've found that actually working in the engine with Cesium has been the best way to be productive and get this much shit done by myself. So I think what I want to do, I definitely want to redo this building. Let's focus briefly. Let's pick a place to focus on. I'm not ready to do the road yet. Kind of jumping all over the place as I feel inspired. Let's see. Spatially loaded. No. I wonder if there's a way to automatically disable spatial loading. Oh, I forgot I did a Boolean operation on that. This needs to go in 920 Monroe, and it is slab. This also slab for now. And then whatever this spline actor is, slab. Trying to keep organized. Now I can turn off static meshes. Actually, that's something that I wanted to also figure out is like, how can I draw more attention to the streets staging? Lots to think about here. Because normally what I would do is
focus on like just building footprints all at once. And I think I'm going to take that approach here for a little while. So let's disable cesium world terrain. And then let's delete the polygon raster overlay clipping plane. And I think this is going to give me a different spatial representation because I moved everything. Thinking out loud. Thinking out loud. So technically, I guess instead of doing that, I'll just stick to using my photogrammetry because, man, cesium's photogrammetry is so terrible. Let's go ahead and get these buildings outlined real quick. I honestly don't know how I put everything. Like I dropped everything down so low. I really don't know. But I did though. And the only way to, I mean, I don't know, man. Oh, lordy. All right, how about we just turn it all on? Let's blow this GPU up real quick. Remember to submit those invoices today because your boy was supposed to get paid 6 days ago, but I ain't invoiced nobody yet. Wait, did I turn it off? Oh no, okay. So, the only thing that's in the correct place. This is so weird. I'm confused at what I used as a reference, and it must have been cesium. I must have used cesium at some point to reference some of this. Silly me. Silly me. That's all right. Yeah, I have checked that out before. I download a lot of data from Open Topography and pretty much every other website, and only to find that 2017 is the most recent scan at the highest resolution that we have available for Memphis, Tennessee. There's more that I could purchase from someone. Cesium brings a lot of the more recent, accurate information in here so that I don't have to import DIM data. but I definitely have gigabytes worth of like LiDAR and like all kinds of stuff. And before upgrading to a workstation GPU, hey sweetheart, what are you doing awake? What is he playing? He's not supposed to be. Well, we're gonna go talk to Emmett real quick. Excuse me, everyone. You wondering what I'm doing? kiddos. Trying to wake up early in the morning to play video games on the projector. All right. Let's see how we want to approach this. Excuse me. There are a few inconsistencies, and I don't think it's a big deal, but it's something that we can gradually solve for later. I think otherwise, everything is pretty much in the correct place that I want it to be. So, to move forward, we're going to start with our infamous box. Usually I place a box on a normal, and then I give it a specified thickness. And I give it a specified depth to create an artificial footprint underneath the photogrammetry, aka reality scan. Then I'll stretch it out far enough to be able to place the asset. So let's do a transform. And the goal is to figure out what the orientation of this wall is if I don't already have it. So I'll get just about like a good guess estimate based on the entire wall and where the scan meets the geometry of my mesh that I created. It's not always going to be accurate. And until a business hires me to come out and actually create their business with a higher level of detail, this is what we're going to work with. And if they don't like it, they can pay some big bucks to get a scan and an interior. So complete, and then we do polygroup edits. Much quicker process than using Blender and trying to load all the cesium is on Blender too. Somebody called me out for that earlier, and I'm just like, you know what? You're right. Cesium is in Blender, and this whole process probably will be much easier to do with Blender because I can actually do measurements and whatnot. But going from program to program and then trying to also create roads and everything else in context around this is so time consuming. Plus, I'm not that great with Blender yet. Not that great with Blender yet. Let's see. Let's copy and convert. But I think this is just really quick. Give me a second. kids like to be little sneaks, and I'm gonna eat me some meats. Crazy work. Your boy's about to tear up some lunch meat. Oh my lord. How good that is. Let's see if we can do a 15-degree rotation. Oh, nope, definitely not 15. And it's definitely not in the right place. I hope everyone has a great Wednesday. Because it's still Tuesday for me. Or something like that. Alright, let's see. Did we convert it? We did. So, when you're working in Unreal Engine, just remember that when you duplicate a mesh, you need to convert it before you polygroup edit it. Edit it. And then I found this to be the best way for me to achieve the level of detail that I'm looking for. I want to say that this is at kind of a 90-degree angle, so we're going to copy this one, rotate at a 45, convert it, and then transform it. And it probably goes all the way. Probably goes all the way to there. But I can just use this to push it up. How far, though, is the question. We're not going to worry about that right now. We're just going to complete that. And it is what it is. Is this 90 degrees? I can't tell, but it could be. So let's find out. Man, I'll say that's pretty darn close, but I bet you it isn't. I bet it's off like by 10 degrees. I'll test my theory with a 10-degree rotation. But that requires me to change my gizmo, my pivot. Oh, no way. Way less than 10 degrees. Who am I kidding? Well, all right then. All right. Polygroup edit. Let's go about this high for now, and we can make modifications later. This one looks like a nice 45. So Duplicate. I can just stretch it and then convert it. Yeah, we can call it that. We can keep it there. I think. Let's real quick do this. Let's move it in. And let's consider going here. All right, so what does that mean for this? Okay, let's transform it and find out. Okay, then polygroup edit this one to here. And then transform this one to the edge. Now, real quick, duplicate 90 degrees and move it out like so. Damn, even you can tell, like, it's not even, I don't even think it's a 45. It's not a, well, I mean, maybe it is a 45, but as you can see, this 90-degree angle brings the facade of that building out to there, and the actual rotation is about here. So Memphis buildings, man, dude, that's so crazy. So let's figure out what the rotation of this actually is. Pretty sure there's no mathematical formula here. We're going to pick that and call it a day. But I do think this is a 45. Staring down the barrel. Which, that's really weird. Because wouldn't it be at a 45 to this? Well, you know, you're not wrong. But if I do it from the view above, it's yeah, it's easy to see here. But there are some places, like, let me navigate here in Google Earth. Let me find that building real quick. And let me go down to Street View. If I do it from the view above, then it's possible that I might actually miss where some of the facade details are, and I don't want to miss that in terms of where the floor, the wall is coming out of the ground. Here's an example here, and this detail might like help me. I would rather build kind of from where the windows are. This is another example too. If I go from the rooftop, you gotta remember the photogrammetry gives me the average like outer perimeter of like where even the trim goes as well. So I don't know if you can see that. Let me put it right here. From the top, I might accidentally position my wall at the edge of this trim right here. And I've done that before by going from the top, using top view, and then building those walls. That also doesn't give me the height of these walls either, which they always constantly change. So kind of doing it from the perspective view helps me both maintain the height of the walls, but also making sure that I'm not positioning the walls at the outermost like width based on the trimmings of the building. So it's a little mixture of both, kind of having to look back and forth, go into street view, and then come out of street view. Oh man. Caused for a lot more work than what I wanted to have to do. So my response, somebody said I should do it from the top, which is usually a pretty good way to go. But since the photogrammetry doesn't take into account small details, sometimes the top may have like some protruding elements, and it'll cause me to actually miss where the average of the wall might actually be. And I usually try to go for the average instead of relying on the edge of this white here, because sometimes you're using Google imagery, which is taken from like this top view, and then that can be skewed a bit, because if you take the imagery from here, then this side might pop out a little more and the walls might not be in the right place. But then you have some of the imagery that comes from Google Street View, the cars, and you know, like this protrudes out a little more than the actual wall might. You know, the average of the wall is probably about like right here, because all these other details that kind of pop out is what gives me some of this shape. Like, you see that right there? So I've tried it. Yeah, that's the same. It is bumpy, but that bumpiness is its attempt to create that detail where there are windows and stuff. Let's see. I think I just duplicated this one here, which is 52, and this is 52. I need to convert it and then polygroup edit it. Eventually, I'll be able to have some procedural tools and train the procedural tools to be able to learn my method. Man, this is so jacked. I can tell how, like, this is so weird. It's not even this isn't even a 45-degree angle. Oh, I hate this so much. Let's edit pivot and so if I do a 45, I wonder if this is going to be in the right place. Nope, not even 45 degrees. Crazy work. Crazy work. Which makes me wonder, is this... So what I probably should do is delete those. Actually, no. I'm not going to delete them. Instead, I will transform them. Let's put this one here. Just turn off my 45 snap. Let's go like that. Turn it back on. And I bet that it's probably a better placement for that wall. So let's delete this one and what the... Wrong button. And it is 45 degrees to this. Still a bit off, man. Still a bit off. Still a bit off. He's still a bit off. This tells me that it needs to go left a little bit. This tells me that it also could... No. But you know what? We ain't gonna worry about it. Because this feels pretty good. Pretty good. So we just gonna roll with it. And then we're gonna reposition everything. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. You didn't even I think they're more optimal than trying to do this in Blender or some BIM software on top of the photogrammetry. I've done this project. I've built parts of this environment 5 different times, and I have probably 500 gigs worth of copies of this project where I've tried different methods, importing, exporting from SketchUp, from 3ds Max, from Blender, and this has been the quickest way to progress for me. So, yes and no. There are times when it is very optimal. There are times when it is, as someone called me earlier, a psychopath. Or something like that. I don't remember what he said. I think one of the reasons this goes in there so much is because there are windows that sit flush. So, before I continue doing that, let's try something else. Let's go about right there. Now I can go get somebody and hire somebody that has a drone to go and scan this and bring in some more accurate imagery or more accurate reality scan. But the amount of time it takes to go back and forth in doing that is just so a little bit nuts, yeah? A little bit nuts. There we go. Now I think that sits flush. It does not. How? Oh, well, that's strange. Well, I'll just move this over here then. Now, usually when I'm not dealing with buildings that are this jacked up in their orientation because they have to sit along these weird roads. Like, look at this. You would think this is a 90-degree angle. It's not. You would think this and this is a 90-degree angle. It's not. It's an acute angle. As well as this is an acute angle. This would come to like this would end up coming to a point. Making a triangle. And most procedural generation building tools do not account for those oddities. Yep. And that's what helps bring this all together. There are a lot of imperfections, and most people would look at this project and say, oh, why don't you just do X, Y, and Z? I'm like, man, why don't you take a walk down through Memphis and see how bowed and fucked up these buildings are? And then you tell me you can procedurally generate 100-year-old mistakes built probably by slaves on the train, going down the Pullman. Oh boy. Yep, these buildings are 100 years old and they have been modified 100 times for all the businesses that have come in and out of them, who have changed things up. Buddy. And my goal is to create a slight level of accuracy. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I want those inconsistencies to reflect. Because once I do end up creating, getting the backing to turn this into a legitimate digital twin, there will be a lot less work to do on the back end, because I am considering the actual footprint from the photogrammetry, and it'll be closer to accurate than what somebody like Rockstar might do to enhance gameplay. I'm not really trying to enhance gameplay. Oh, I see what I did there. 5. What is this? 8 and 8. Okay, so let's convert. I sometimes forget to convert my meshes. And if I polygroup edit one mesh before converting it, it will adjust its parent mesh. All right, that's pretty solid. See, what is all this information here? Let's zoom in there and look. So that, as you can see, that mesh comes out because of this damn garage, and I just downloaded a rolling garage. But look at just how janky. Look at how goddamn I mean, like, come on. Come on. Where are the grants? Somebody's got cardboard over the... Come on. Look at this. You know what I mean? I guess you can find similar poor quality facade updates in like New York, I'm sure. Big cities. But look at this. I mean, you know, this is just the result of a lot of failing businesses and little to no investments in the city. But, you know, I guess this was built so long ago that you finding those old bricks and like maintaining the historical value is probably just as expensive as just replacing it all. Probably. So let's go about there. We ain't gonna make it perfect. Convert it. Hide all that shit. Move this back. Yeah. So, on the perfect day, this would go much quicker because I'd be working with a building that has a much better shape and a lot less details to iron out on the front end. But I'm not complaining. This is the part that I love. So let's take these and that and copy, paste, convert it all, because I'm sure that the width of this window is going to be much longer. So let's say to about there, deselect that. This one goes to about there, and did I accidentally duplicate, or are there two meshes right here? No. Interesting. I don't know where that other mesh came from, but it was there. Anyway. Hold up. Oh, that's right. So while these are the same, I forgot that we're not at 45. Well, maybe we are at 45 degree angles. I don't know. I don't care anymore. I don't care no more. Yeah, but you're absolutely right about that. Is it Arden? Alexis Arden? Did I pronounce that right? It's a pretty boy name. Try to get my son a pretty boy name. Ended up with Zeppelin. Arden. I like how you put the T and the N together. Ayrton. Ayrton. It's funny. All right. Silhouette. Ugly. Ugly. I don't like this silhouette at all. But it's going to look good when it's done, I guess, when you can run past it. Ayrton. No, it's Ayrton. Right? Ayrton? Ayrton. Not Ayrton. Or Ayrton. Or Ayrton. Ayrton. Like DN. Makes me wonder, like, you know, in Facebook, I don't know if Instagram does it, but you can put your pronunciation, the way it's pronounced, in parentheses. What does that look like? That's what I wonder. It's probably is TN. Let's see, how do I want to proceed? Before I do, I guess I wonder if that's a nah. Oh, this is so ugly. I hate it. I hate it. I can guarantee this isn't a 45. So I'm going to convert it. Polygroup. Pull it up. And we're just going to move it. And see what we're dealing with. Hell no. That's funny. Look at that. Pretty much went exactly where I needed it to go. Yes, sir, ski. Bring it to about right there. Yeah, man. Yeah, buddy. All right, then duplicate it. Done. Oh, that's hilarious. It's kind of like saying they, them, but done. What did I just choose? A whole bunch of the wrong shit. All right, let's see if 10-degree increments is gonna. Nope, not even 10. They're like, let's just put a wall right here. That'll be nice. Oh, that's hilarious. How about we make this wall go like this? We need to make this exactly 1,700 square feet. Makes me wonder, what were they thinking? They weren't. Now, I'm trying to do this in other programs. Boy. was a pain in the ass. And let me see if I can insert a single. I don't know if I want to do edge loops just yet, because it looks like we need a wall. And let's pray that this one's at least this one's at 45. At least this one's at 45. I must have pushed the hide button or something. It either is or it's going to be parallel to this one. So before we do anything, let's copy this over, pull it up and see. I would say that that's pretty close. So, put a motherfucker up. Wait. Escape. Convert. Let's go to its highest. And then move it over. The 9th. Oh man, I got court in 5 days, 6 days. Finally. Yeah, this be the worst type. At least that's kind of a 45. Yeah, we're gonna just be doing a lot of cutting with this one. And then look at this. Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. I can guarantee. Look at that, how crooked that is. Definitely not a... Man, let's put a building right here. Them architects better have gotten paid. How can we use this weird lot? All right. And we're gonna call that a day ski. Call that a day, baby. Transform. Let's go from the top, pull it back down to here so we can get that footprint at the bottom. And heck yeah. Heck yeah, fuck sweetie. Hey y'all, I'm on YouTube too. Go subscribe to my YouTube channel. Put you on some free game. This is all I do. 24 hours a day. I literally don't go to sleep. I didn't go to sleep last night. I've been live for 7 hours, so I was doing this for probably another 7 hours before I got live, before I went live. Actually, no, what I was doing was I was trying to figure out how to get my iPhone to connect to Unreal Engine on my MacBook so that I can do augmented reality. And I couldn't figure it out. Oh, 364 items not saved? Holy shit. Definitely don't want to crash on that. Y'all, I'm eating some lunch meat and it's delicious. Don't judge me. Oh my gosh. Bruh. Damn, son. Primadella, pre-sliced, pepper turkey. Damn, that's good. Pepper turkey breast. It's got a little, like, not spice, but it almost tastes like hot sauce on it. Oh my gosh, it's so good. And then I'm the type of person to like order more back to back and then make myself just downright tired of it. Hey, at least this is, for the most part, this is a 90-degree angle. So that's good news. Once you understand the tools, all the edits become significantly easier to do. Let's turn on that 45. And then just convert it, transform it. And I think I actually want to move it out just a hair. Then do a polygroup edit. So since this is a 45, these two can overlap. All right, perfect, beautiful. Not the most fun stream ever, but anybody that's looking to build their own digital twin or get to work in Unreal Engine, there's a lot to learn. And maybe you can take some shortcuts instead of having to try 100 things. We'll say that that's about the average. Convert, transform. Rotate. Now this one looks like it has a facade that pops out. Let's go see. Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. Oh, check this out. Oh, I was wondering where that was. I knew it was somewhere close to the Edge District. That's hilarious. I'm gonna have to replicate that and park a really nice car on that wall. That's hilarious. Look at the Porsche and the museum. I'm gonna really put those cars in there too. Oh man, they are gonna love to see that. take a virtual tour. Yeah, this one's going to be a fun one to do. I forgot the garage went all the way around to that side. Although we're going to have to do this in SketchUp. Yep, it's time for me to start putting together a car, some car mechanics. Let me stretch this out first before I decide, so that I can drive around this joint in some nice whips. I know the very first thing I wanted to do was a BMW. That's more like it. Maybe just a hair more? No, right there is good. Okay, then. Excuse me. Man, it's almost time to go grocery shopping again. Let me save some of that amazing lunch meat for a fire ass sandwich that I'm about to make later. Oh lordy. I can't wait to do the Hot Wheels building. That's actually really cool. Certainly not. Why would I even think it? We're gonna go with that. Now, did I convert it already? I did. Let's just put it right there for now. And then work our way around from this side. I would imagine that these are the same. So let's try first to see. Nope. Who am I to think that life's gonna be easy? Hilarious kid. Oh, life definitely ain't easy, my boy. Definitely ain't easy, my boy. I'm trying to decide what type of day is it. Is it a Tony Anderson day? Is it a Travis Scott day? Is it a alternative metal? But as soon as... I don't know, man. I don't know. Can't listen to what I want on the stream, though. Nope, can't do that. I'm gonna get in trouble. I think there's one song I could listen to, but let me not risk it. Let me not risk the biscuit. A few years from now, somebody's gonna watch this shit. And they're gonna say, holy shit. Can't believe we get to go back to these YouTube videos and watch this person make this whole game. I think it's safe to say that I can duplicate this. And it was safe. It was very safe. Transform from her. Boy. Now, if I can take this into some BIM program, even that's crooked, but we're going to leave it like that. Even that is crooked, but we're going to leave it like this. And just draw all those walls from the top like you mentioned. Man, dude, life will be that much easier. But it ain't though. Oops. Whoopsies. Made a mistake. Forgot to convert something. That's all right. Easy fix. Oh, it looks like I can go ahead and change the roof height on this one. Yes, sirree, Bob. Which in some cases means that I can't do the corners like I normally would. And I'm okay with that. Let's edit, pivot, and center it. Get our pivot back where we want it. And let's just duplicate. Put her there. Put her there. Man, bro. I'm gonna be so happy when I can just walk around this area. And then I'm gonna get in touch with the guy that owns the garage. See if he wants to pay to have me do the interior and create his own virtual tour that maybe people can pay for. That'd be tight. Not too sure what I did there. think I just didn't move it in the right place. Oh, okay. Undo, and convert. I see exactly what I did. Fucked up. Sounds like the kids finally went back upstairs. Wake up. First thing they want to do. Play on a projector. Now, if my calculations are right, I should be able to just duplicate this. And it should slide. Nope. Nope. But maybe it is aligned already. Yeah. Yeah. It is. It is. It is what it is. Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take that. I mean, they want to play that. Love Zuby girl. Down way. I think that is an owning. Down with the crew. Come for on the girl. Come tell me what you feeling. We down with it. Gotta switch it out from the girl. Living in a moment to catch your breath. Left, right, right, left. Gotta fit that with the vibe all night. Let me see if this one is gonna work. Okay. Okay then. I think that is. Yep. That's gonna work. Yezerski. Let's just put this about right there. Let's move this one. Let's first convert this. And I think these need to be converted as well. Probably don't need that one. Let's convert this one. And then let's move this one. Hey y'all, we are like 10% done with this building. Now we can make this wall. What did we copy? We already converted it, so we can do polygroup edit. Bring it to here. And adjust the height of the rooftop again to there. Got a little rooftop height change happening down there, but I'll take a street view and look at it a little bit later. Not too worried about that just yet. Could be a 45. What do y'all think? Boom. Not at all. That's a 62. Let's see what it really is. Let's put this about right there. Looks like it was a 55. So watch this. If I do this and I turn on 5-degree increments, then I bet that can get somewhere close to where we want it. I'll take it. Okay, what do we got? Convert. Transform. And let's see what that 5-degree increment constraint does. Because I probably could have just gone with that and had a lot of success with this entire build. Center that pivot real quick and copy it over and transform. Five degrees it is. So it's built in 5-degree increments. Interesting. Well, that's definitely a 45. Oh, looks good to me. I don't know what's really happening under there. Is that if these are trees or what? And let's accept. Copy paste. Turn off photogrammetry. Transform from here. 45. And then move it to here. Complete. I don't know. Yeah. Crazy. Some of these people got 30,000 viewers right now. 232,000 views. That's cool. I'm cool with it. Nothing to do with me. God, listen to this bop though. Quite a bop. Since this was a 45, I can put those at the corner. I think I can delete this for now. And let's start figuring out the height of our roofs. Roof edges. Man, this is a jam, dude. I'm rocking with this music right now. I like it. We like. Alright, with definitely gonna have to figure our corners out though. Okay, let's go back into this. And it looks like I'm not exactly sure how I want to handle this. So I think the best thing for me to do is to stretch this out. So let's polygroup edit. Let's bring it out here. Let's take this, copy paste, transform from here to here. Complete. Use that as a boolean real quick. I think, yeah, boolean difference AB accept, and then this one, if it cuts it right there, then we need to cut this one at the source. So the easy thing to do would be to copy paste boolean accept. Okay, that'll give me a cut right there. That'll make it a lot easier for me to manage this. All right, let's game mode. Take this, copy paste, and boolean accept. We got that one fixed. Now, how do we handle this? It looks like it just kind of stops. And so we can change, we can polygroup and we can split that actually. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna split it. And polygroup edit. Damn, whatever that song is, I need to find it real quick. I need to go back to the tube. Let's go back. I want to listen to it again. And we're going to save it. Mitch Murder, Hurricane. Facebook, YouTube. Don't like. Oh well, I don't care if I get like demonetized or whatever. But this is a bop. We got to save this. I have a playlist called At the House that I want to put it in. There it is. There she goes. Okay, Mitch Murder, I see you, buddy. All right, let's see. Group. This technically goes about as high as this one does. So I think I want to just take a look from, I don't think I can see that from anywhere. What are we looking at? This is on the back side. It's got some funky changes. And I don't think that goes in at a corner at an angle like that either. So, just to get technical, let's pick this up to here. And let's create a 90-degree angle with this one. So let's just create a box. Oh my gosh, this is nice. This is like the music you hear when you start up a triple A, high quality, like groundbreaking racing simulator. Hell yeah. I want to make some animations using this. Like a fake game menu with Memphis in the background. To this music. Definitely car music for sure. Ski. Let's see. Woo. Transform. Oh my gosh, what a bop. This is like, bro. Hollister. Walking into Hollister, I could hear this. Alright, let's see how I want to handle this. Dude, you absolutely crushed this track. Crushed it. Let's copy paste and transform from here and invert scale and just do like this and then boolean it. Roundabout way of accomplishing a little something. Transform. And then polygroup edit to make sure this is flush. And then I can just boolean that too. Get rid of all the overlapping. Man, look at your boy. That's looking solid. Pretty sure the same thing happens here. So essentially, we're going to take all of these. Let's transform. This really makes me like want to play SSX Tricky. Y'all hear this song right now, man? Let's get this as close. Holy Schneider. Shout out to Danny Schneider. Let's polygroup edit. I gotta send this to Jenna Holly. Gotta send this to Jenna. She might enjoy this. Happy early birthday, my friend. Heard this song and thought of you, and it slaps. Oh my gosh. Definitely not about to listen to it a third time, but damn. So good. Mitch Murder, we're listening to more of you, sir. While I eat lunch meat. Oh, this was 3 weeks ago. I've had fragments of most of these tracks lying around for a few years now and recently thought I might as well finish them up and release them. They were originally meant for a different project that never happened, so I've been going back and forth about what to do with them. I suppose you can consider this an abandonware release of sorts, except somewhat more polished. Bandcamp only for now. Link in description. Well, I'm rocking with it, sir. It's good stuff. Real good stuff, buddy. All right, we'll determine how to fix these corners at some point. But let's make sure that the height of these rooftops are somewhat where I want them to be. I think this one needs to go down. So polygroup edit. Bring her down to there. I don't know that this modifies the other. No, it doesn't. We're good. And let's modify these. I'm still very disappointed that I was unable to figure out the augmented reality setup between my iOS devices and my MacBook. I was really excited about that. But it will be revisited. Now I guess just is not the time. All right, this is where things get slippery. So let's go ahead and pull this up first. Looks like we need a wall, and it just might be. The same as this one. And it looks like it isn't. All right, let's test this one then. A little more on the head. And just, you know what? I'm not even gonna try to match that. I'm actually going to do a 90 from this thing. So let's grab it and transform it. Let's convert it first. Transform. I think I would need to put it here. And then And give it that good old 45. Yep. Closer to a 45 here. And we're not going to fight it. I'll keep it. Man, dude, I'm rocking with your music. Very moody. So, turns out this isn't quite a 45 like I thought it was. It's all just very off, and I really don't care as much as it might seem like I do. So, because it's a little bit off and we don't care, we're going to stick to this 45 stuff. And then we're going to just copy this over. Definitely not. Okay. And that's about at the height it needs to be. And that's also kind of part of the rooftop. So something to consider. And what I probably will do, since all of this is connected in some sense, we'll use the same material. Now I need to figure out what's happening here. I did copy this over and it wasn't needed. Or was it? It could have been. So let's undo that. And then see what it looks like over here. I bet it's also a 45. Probably not. Let's just transform it from here. Okay, so now the correct thing to do, I think, would be to copy and paste this,
pull it over like this and boolean it. Polygroup edit this one. Split. Polygroup edit up. Set this height. Yep. Alright, gotta do something similar here. So let's polygroup edit this down. And then copy paste this and then split this or boolean. And then split. And then give that the same height. Accept. Let's edit the pivot for this. And then copy paste it. I think this is what I want to do, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Interesting how this rooftop kind of goes down a little. And I don't know that I want to conform to that. But I just may do it. I might do it. Definitely a bunch of stuff happening here. Something happened here. I can't tell what. But if I move this again and stretch it, and then take these and Boolean again, I bet you it will split this time. Yes, sir. Just as I expected. We'll come back to that in a minute. We'll also come back to that. Now let's figure this one out. I think this is a matter of having a roof up here. Larger roof mesh. You're welcome, my friend. In a minute, I'm gonna go make this sandwich. We've got a nice little meeting. Nice little meeting here. 9 o'clock. 7 o'clock on the dot. I'm in my drop top, cruising the street. Don't tell me this ain't a line either. Crazy work. Crazy work. Who'd have thunk? Who'd have thunk it? Some more cool murals. This definitely is not a 45. We can pretend like it was. We can put it in 5. Test my theory from there. Five degrees. Okay. It's pretty impressive, I think. Still could go over just a little bit.
gonna finish off this piece, and then I'm using the rest to make a sandwich. Cause damn, this joint is good. Sometimes I like to eat lunch meat just like because. Usually with like a piece of cheese and some crackers, but I don't have crackers right now. I can't believe I'm going strong with 8 hours. Going strong on 8 hours right now. Amazing. We can depend on it all to be the same. Amazing. Now, of course, that would only last for so far. Oh, absolutely not. Oh, but what we can do, convert it, transform it. And then give it a 45. Actually, no, not anything. Okay. I think that could do. Which means, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Why I did it that way. Makes complete sense. Can't be fooled because that does look like it's in the right place. All right. I wonder if we have any milk. Because I'm really in the mood for some cereal. I have some honeycombs that I would love to tear up right now. Let's see what this 5 degrees is going to do, though. It's pretty close. It's pretty close. I ain't gonna hold ya. I'm gonna keep it like that. Now let's go on Street View and kind of see what's happening here, though. Is there a Street View? What? There's no Street View. And did they paint over all of this? Yes, they did. That's some crazy work right there. But at least we can see how this rooftop connects. So it does connect. This one comes out, let's say to there. Can't tell if it's a 45. Feels like a 45, but I don't think it is. Guys, I'll BRB. BRB. Finally popped open some Sunny D. Hits a little harder than it used to. All right. Let's quick build around some of these other buildings. Excuse me. I don't really know what happened there. That's really weird. I want to say Something got rotated. Oh. Okay. Okay. We see now. We see now. Hmm. Okay. Another weird beard building. They don't go away. Could be aligned with this, so let's transform and assume that it is. And it isn't. Let's just kind of get the basic outline of this, I think. Man, I don't even know what to think about this one. But, okay. No need to overthink it. Heck no. It's crazy work. Not too sure what to make of this. 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Wait a minute. All right. Had to make sure I didn't make any significant changes to either of these yet. Sitting pretty low in my chair right now. It's kind of funny. There we go. That's more like it. I've been just slouching. Excuse me. Pretty soon, guys, I will be ending the stream. I think this has been a lot of fun for me. I've got a meeting. And this meeting comes with an NDA and cannot be shared. So that being said, I'm going to pick back up on the stream maybe after the meeting. I don't know. I don't know. Undecided. Undecided at the moment. Take care.